It's time! It's time, it's time, it's time, it's time, it's time! It is finally time, ladies and gentlemen. I've been waiting all weekend long for this day. Oh my goodness. I hope you're as excited as I am. I'm your host for this evening, Azrael Kurinushi, the greatest ringmaster to ever grace the square screen. Your king of clowns, your jester justice, Mr. As Real as It Gets. And today, we are going to be playing... Hold on. It was supposed to pop up. Hold on. Today, we will be playing... Goddamn. Why are you so many pop-ups? I don't care about you. I don't care about your privacy. Ah! Today we're going to be playing the Ace Attorney Investigations Collection. More specifically, we're going to be playing the second one, Prosecutor's Gambit, which some of you may remember as Prosecutor's Path. I guess for the English translation, they changed the name. I think that's a little bit weird. I like Prosecutor's Path better, but hey. What can you do? Now, the reason we're actually playing this one and not this one is because we've already played this one on the emulator. So we don't have to worry about that. So we're just gonna hop right into this one. Prosecutor's Gambit. So we can choose between the HD and the Pixel. The Pixel is weird, so we're gonna go with the HD. No more pixels! No more! We're playing the game with HD TV characters. Everything old is new. Episode 1, Turnabout Trigger. The presidential plane descends from the western skies, bringing a message of peace. It's making its final approach and lands right on Gordon Blake. Let's listen to that crowd. Welcome, Zhang-Fa. Welcome, Mr. President. Sounds like Pokemon music. And now, sir, your audience awaits. Honored friends and allies, I am here today to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dog my beloved nation, thanks to the prosecutor's office of your great country. Uh-oh. We have our most heartfelt gratitude. However, friends, do not forget, the battle against evil rages on. Here today, I make you this solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of justice. Presidential assassination attempt. It's just so par for the course for this. Especially in today's modern era. There he is. That's the boy. Yours truly. March 25th, 2:46 p.m. Gordon Lake Spectator Area. Damn, look at that. The news must be halfway around the world already. After all, not every day an attempt is made on the life of a nation's president. I don't know. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor. Yeah, we already know who you are, Miles. I came as soon as I got the call. The moment the phone rang, I knew it was serious. Mr. Edgeworth! Thank goodness you're here, sir. This is Dick Gumshoe, a detective with the local precinct. He's the one usually assigned to my cases. I was the president, detective. You still don't know Mr. Edgeworth? The medics just boarded the plane a few minutes ago. See, I hope he's alright. I suppose you better show me the scene of the crime instead. Right away, sir. Hey, I said hey! Yeah, you, Ruffles. Who's that? You're the prosecutor in charge of this here case, ain't you? Wanna give me your first impressions? Anything strike y'all as odd? No comment. Detective Gumshoe, with me. Come on now, Mr. Prosecutor, don't be like that. Mr. Edgeworth, wait for me, sir. Now, Detective, I'll need the facts of the case in as much detail as you can give me. Well, the scene was right here at Gourd Lake, as you already know. A bunch of people were gathered to welcome the president of Zhangfa, Di Jun Wang. Yes, I heard about his visit. Wait. Why do I feel like his name was something different? Did they change his name too? Zhangfa president. Name. The Japanese name also fits his name. Chinese. Oh, so in the English fan dub, or you know whatever you want to call it, the fan translation is Di Jun Huang, but it's spelled like Huang. That's pretty interesting. You'll notice that with the differences in the fan translation and the actual official translation for this game, that they changed the names of certain characters. Now, as for who those characters might be, well, you haven't met them yet. It was raining until just before he landed. Luckily, it let up and he went on stage as planned. And then smack dab in the middle of his speech, bang! A gun goes off and everybody runs for cover, terrified for their lives. Apparently. Apparently? Truth is, I only just showed up myself. I don't know a whole lot more than you do, sir. You were summoned on short notice as well? Sure was. Right in the middle of my day off. I was at the office taking advantage of the peace and quiet to prepare for my next case. Then the boss himself calls you to the scene. Never a dull moment, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? The boss? Yeah, Chief Prosecutor was right here in the park. Saw the whole thing. First chance he got healed at the top of his lungs. Get me Edgeworth right away! He's the only man for the job! Something like that. I see. Oh, they cordoned the perimeter of the park off as soon as it happened. You'll be happy to know. So our would-be assassin is still here somehow. Somewhere. Good. Now all you gotta do is find him in the middle of the crowd before they strike again. You're right, we don't know what else our culprit might be planning. That's when I just saw someone jumping around over here. Oh yeah, see look. Why is he jumping like that? We don't have a moment to lose. Let's begin with the basics. And search every inch of the crime scene for clues, no matter how insignificant they may seem. Precisely. President was shot at, which means a gun was involved. That's our first clue. Damn, I like that. Alright, duly noted. Detective Gumshoe, how exactly was the security detail surrounding the president's speech organized? Well, sir, our officers are mainly focused on securing the perimeter of the park. The president's people took charge of the rest. He has his own team of bodyguards. Here, actually, hold on. We're going to full screen this, and then we're going to change the size of... What the... Oh, mine. I'm pressing the wrong button. Ooh. There we go. If I want to talk with them, I'll need to walk over and press space. My space. Sorry, the president's bodyguards are over there. Okay, so we have to. I should walk into the bodyguards to press space to talk to them. Now look at the walk animation, so clean. Look at him go. Definition of strutting and stuff. Can I help you? You're one of the president's bodyguards, correct? Could you tell me how his security detail was arranged during the speech? 2 of our senior operatives were attached to the president. The rest secured the stage. This isn't our first rodeo. Anything suspicious in that crowd and we would have spotted it right away. I see. Well, the president's security was tightly orchestrated for the duration of the speech. Let's investigate further. We should speak with other witnesses and materials for the crime scene. Can't afford to leave any stone unturned. So that's how y'all go about it, huh? Sure is something seeing the pros at work. Care to share a little about what happens to that information once you get a hold of it? Bystanders. This one seems persistent, but I can't afford to get distracted. Hey, Ruffles, I asked you a question, dang it. What happens next? Well, I put all the information together and try to find connections, right, sir? Detective! Aw, don't be so hard on the poor guy. So, connections, you say. And what next? Well, I guess you'd say we connect the dots. Connect one piece of information to another. It's Mr. Edgeworth's forte. He's a logic master. I can view what information I have with Q and then connect them with T. I should try it now. Just a quick press of Q and we'll be off down the path to logic. Look at this screen! It looks so much cleaner. Okay, so. And then we're successful in making connections and logic without making a mistake. Yes! Despite the president's tight security, the perpetrators still managed to carry out their attack. Completely undetected by a contingent of highly trained bodyguards, no less. No mean feat. This would have taken some serious planning. In other words, the assassination attempt was almost certainly premeditated. That's the stuff, Mr. Edgeworth. The old logic never fails, huh? Indeed. All we need to do is find the right clues, then make the right connections between them. Make the wrong connections, however, and we'll wind up further from the truth. Which means I must make well-reasoned connections if I intend to draw logical conclusions. Let's get this investigation started. Time to examine anything that looks suspicious. Examine things. I simply need to walk up to them and press space. If I wish to speak with the detective, I should use T. Have you found anything of note? No, sir, not a thing. No fingerprints, no footprints, nothing. That's to say, none that stand out, sir. Not that everyone touched and walked all over everything. Detective Gumshoe, did he sound pleased about having no evidence to catalog? I'll speak to his commanding officer about it, sir. Salary review's coming up soon and all. Who's the officer here taking pictures of, Detective? The wicked will be crushed beneath the righteous hammer of justice. Detective's reading off of those papers here, Mr. Edgeworth. Pro speech tip number 3. Speak slowly and confidently to win your audience around. Hey, this is good stuff. Better get a shot of this one too. Instead of focusing on that speech, how about you focus on your work instead, officer? No. I was as surprised as you, sir, but there's no mistaking it. It's the Steel Samurai! The Steel Samurai, Warrior Neo Old Tokyo. It's a popular TV show. Old, young, it doesn't matter. It surely has something for everyone. Beats me why they had a Steel Samurai woman as a welcome party for a foreign president. It is a little odd. Although now that I think about it, what better hero to represent our nation? I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. I don't like that. I don't like that. And you know what? It's such a small thing that it really doesn't matter. But I was just thinking that, like, I remember I must inspect every nook and cranny of the crime scene. And for some reason that just sits with me more than whatever that was. This flag is St. Bob. The key motif is a blazing red phoenix. Wait, what's this? Something that matters? You don't see it, Detective? There's something unusual about this flag. Compare it with the one on the other side of the stage, as you will. That's a beautiful beauty right there. Just look at it flapping in the wind. It's immaculate. Exactly, which is how a flag should look. And yet here we see quite a different picture. One thing in particular stands out, don't you think? Right, of course. Is it? Yeah, I give up. Come on, spill the beans. You can lead a horse to water. Just have to move the cursors to the problematic spot and highlight the difference with T.
Take that!
Look closely. Do you see the hole? Oh, look at that. You're right, sir. And note the burn marks around the edges. That's a bullet hole. There's no mistaking it. A bullet hole? So you're saying a bullet went through this flag? Right, Gumshoe. Breaks your heart, don't it? It does. What villainy could have befallen him? Witnesses said he paused right about when the gun went off, which would strongly suggest that a bullet struck the balloon. Sounds like a logic thing to me. Looks like we got a case of cold-blooded samurai murder on our hands. This is sacrilege. I won't rest until the culprit has been apprehended. Wait, no, I'm sorry. The quote was, I won't rest until I've inspected every nook and cranny. Detective, we cannot let this vile assassin escape. We won't, sir. You can count on it. I've got enough information for the moment. I'm gonna put the pieces together and see what we can figure out. I believe that these two are definitely connected. Boom! There's a bullet hole in the flag, and it seems highly likely the balloon was popped by a bullet too. Which means 2 shots were fired, right, sir? Oh god, yeah. Doing that voice actually hurt. Possibly even 3. The president was shot as well, remember? Equally, the hole in the flag and the hole in the balloon could have been made by the same bullet. What we need to know is how many gunshots there were. Alright, on with the investigation. Ruffles! Ruffles! Y'all figured something out, huh? Care to share? What exactly is she? Why does she keep shouting at us? Rubbernecker, I guess. Seems pretty interested in the case. Come on, give me something here. We do need to speak with some witnesses to find out how many gunshots there were. Fine, let's see if she can tell us anything. There y'all are! Tabby Lloyd, at your service. I'm looking into the case for, well, just for me right now, but looking into the case. Ms. Lloyd, was it? Miss Lloyd, there's something I'd like to ask you. Well, what can you tell me? Any exclusive details you want to share? How about the perk? Have they made any demands? What about them there ruffles? Where's a feller buy a cravat like that?
Hold it!
Will you be quiet for a moment? I'll be asking the questions here. Dang, and here I thought I could get me something juicy for my piece. I need to know about the shooting. Can you tell me how many gunshots you heard? Why, I most certainly cannot. I beg your pardon? You can't just be handing out leads for free. This stuff's my livelihood. Oh, come on, don't hold out on us. We all gotta share sometimes. Me? Hold out on you? Well, if y'all are gonna be like that, I'll be moving right along. Goodbye! Wait! Wait, for what exactly, huh? Huh? If you got nothing for me, I'm gone. We're fresh out of moves here. Out of moves? I wouldn't be so sure. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? As you know, Detective, I like to play a little chess. Ah, here it goes! And what does one do in chess when an opponent adopts a defensive position? Why, the board offers any number of options, but there are some more effective than others. Sorry, sir, but this is all going way over my head. No matter how impenetrable an opponent's defense may seem, it can always be overcome. Watch and learn, detective, as I shatter my opponent's resolve with the power of words. When attempting to draw out an entrenched opponent, one must employ certain tactics. Let us picture the board and see if we can anticipate our adversary's next move. Now, we must analyze the state of play. Y'all ain't getting nothing out of me, not until you give me something in return. My opponent has dug herself in deep. Her defenses won't be easily broken. I can't afford to try her patience by taking too long to plot my next move. In other words, I must be conscious not just of my strategy, but also of the passing of time. That said, I cannot afford to waste words either. In fact, it can pay dividends not to. If my opponent gets too agitated, you're fixing to ask me something. Will you dang well ask it already? I may be able to get a tactical advantage by calmly biding my time. Then, when I see a crack in my opponent's armor, I pounce. I should begin by finding out what it is that she does. Alright, time to make my opening gambit. Why don't you begin by telling me about what it is that you do? Sure, or I could totally not do that. Think I don't know when to keep my mouth shut? That's my job. Is it now? So you do something you won't, or you can't tell anyone about. Shut up! I ain't no lawbreaker if that's what you're insinuating. I'm a law-abiding, everyday citizen. You got no reason to say otherwise. Forgive me, I meant nothing by it. There's something you can't tell me about. I imagine it must be very important work indeed. Huh? Well, sure, I guess. This way, it'll be once I bag my first big scoop. I see. It's a scoop you're after. So you're a journalist, is that correct? Dang. Sure. I'm your friendly neighborhood reporter. The hungriest cub on the beat. That's the mystery what she does for a living solved. Perhaps our hungry young cub here has gathered information vital to the case. Make that our next line of inquiry. The opening moves concluded, the mind game approaches. What else does she have to tell us? At the time of the incident, were you present at the scene of the crime? Come on now, Ruffles. We ain't gotta give little old Tabby something first? Absolutely not. Then I ain't gonna give you nothing either. You think I'm a sucker? Think again. Don't you see? Or don't you see? There's nowhere left to hide. I'm not right sure what you're getting at here. I should have picked my words more precisely. The more expected to buy my time, the more actually to upset my opponents. When they're vulnerable, that's the time to go on the verbal offensive. Come on, this is my career we're talking about here. You gotta give me something. Sadly, the more you know, the more you might find yourself in danger. I ain't scared. I'm a pro. It takes more than the sound of a little gunfire to save me. Partner, this ain't no time for a silence review. Here, I'm a big bullet. Since I was so travel, actually. Okay, so I want this one. Maybe a pro as you put it, but I'd say you're still a little wet behind the ears. Say you heard gunfire, which proves you were here at the time of the crime. Therefore, you must have seen something. Double dang. Fine, I was here. I saw it. Came to report on the big speech. Wound up reporting on a shooting. You won't get no more out of me than that. I'm done with your tricks, Ruffles. She came to report on the event. She must have made a record of some kind. A record I'd very much like to get my hands on. This is quite the clue as to where to take the next conversation next. You're a reporter, which means you must have been making a record of some kind. If you got more questions, you gotta give me something first. That's the deal. I'm not in the habit of making deals. Now tell me what I need to know. Sorry, Ruffles. Can't help you. Time to deploy my clue. No self-respecting reporter would leave the house alone and use things from the record. Tell me, Floyd, where is yours? Of course I made a record. I told you I'm a pro. Dang, near wore my shoes out running around on this one. But I'm not about to just hand it over to the first person who asks me. I'm not just anyone, young lady. I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Don't you young lady me. You ain't getting it, no matter how many times you ask. You understand, don't you, Ruffles? It ain't nothing personal. I understand that your job is a difficult one. You do? Well, ain't that sweet? In such a competitive field, you must sometimes doubt that you'll ever succeed. Nah, I'll go playing far, I'm sure of it. Yeah. Just as long as I get my trusty tape recorder, I'll always be ready to have me a scoop. Boom. Intriguing. A young reporter, hungry for success, so dedicated to her craft that to leave such an important event unrecorded would be unthinkable. And indeed she did not. She committed the entire event to tape. Ah, dang it! This is my scoop you're messing with, my big break. Fine, sure, I recorded the whole darn thing. It's all right here, you got me, okay? Checkmate. You're something else, Ruffles. I was trying to be all strong and silent, but you had me singing like a canary. Never mind that. Now play us the tape. You should finally tell us how many shots were fired. Fine, you can hear it, but I got conditions. You played me like a fiddle, Ruffles. Only the chief ever played me so good. So you gotta agree to be chief number 2 and be mentor to a rising star, aka me. Chief number 2, huh? Kinda like a second parent. That's a big responsibility, sir. And one more thing. I want exclusive reporting rights for the first 24 hours. Come on, you gotta say yes. What kind of mentor wouldn't give a star pupil the exclusive, huh? She's a difficult woman to refuse. I need to hear that recording. 24 hours is more than I can promise. But the story's yours until the case is solved. A job with chief number 2? I think not. You're no fun. But I guess a girl can't have everything. All for the sake of the scoop, huh? Alright, you got yourself a deal. I got exclusive access starting right this second, Ruffles. But our first order of business is to listen to that tape. Is this, ooh. This is the court document, or the, court record. Pretend to hoping to stop a scoop. Z. Oh, so it's G that I'm thinking of. Ooh. Wait. Oh, that's the autosave. If I'm, yeah, that's the autosave. So yeah. Honored friends and allies, I'm here today to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dog my beloved nation are no more. President's speech. The President passionately addresses the assembled crowd, trying to shake out the reports of his declining popularity by sheer force of will. That there's me. Can't beat a little live commentary to set the scene. The meeting is scheduled for just after the speech, correct? He's pretty pleased to be able to put the whole Yatagrasu situation behind him, as well as he should be. This is a great day for all of us. Whose voices are these? Well, there are these two old guys standing right in front of me. They're whispering away to each other the whole darn time. I know their voices from somewhere. Wait, the part where the gun goes off is right after this. The President thrusts his fist into the air as his excitement reaches fever pitch. The battle against evil rages on. Here today, I make you this solemn promise. We shall crush we shall crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of justice. What the? Oh. Two gunshots. So 2 shots were fired. Yep, and that tells us something. Something very important indeed. It allows us to deduce the trajectory of one of our bullets. With 2 shots, one hit the president, which means the other must have passed through both the flag and the balloon in that order. Which, as you can see, allows us to deduce the position of your shooting. The bullet could be fired from the flag and into the balloon. Be like here, right? No, because why would he? There? Huh. To shoot both of them, you would have to go like this way. Objection! AI Nander, welcome! I'm trying to think, because like, shoot here. But then why wouldn't he just shoot here? I'm gonna go here.
Take that!
Oh, I was right. No, see, I had a feeling, but I wasn't entirely, like, 100% sure about it. Please our shoot on the left-hand side of the spectator area. You're a genius, Mr. Edward. Detective Gumshoe. I'll need to examine the left side of the spectator area. Roger that, sir. So you need to clear all these people out the way, I guess. I do. And what evidence remains to be found may already be deteriorating. I'll need you to be quick about it. Yes, sir. Chief. Hey, I'm talking to you, Chief. Suppose you mean me, Miss Lloyd? I surely do. You gotta let me help out. This stuff's my forte. I'm the best crowd herder you ever did see. I'll prod, pummel, and push him wherever you like. Very kind offer, but I think a less hands-on approach might be preferable. Also, about this chief business. I'm nobody's chief. Whatever you say, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. The wish is my command. I somehow doubt that. Here you go, sir. It's all ready for you. Miss Lloyd here cleared everybody out just like that. You should have seen it. Oh, you ain't seen nothing. The chief, my other chief, that is. She sends him running twice as quick. She sounds like quite a formidable character. Perhaps I should go easier on the poor girl. Thank you, but you really shouldn't have. All that running around. The clothes are covered in mud. Allow me to pay for the cleaning. It's the least I can do. Huh? You mean my jacket? Oh, don't you be worried in your pretty little head about that. It's reversible. All you gotta do is switch it around and alakazam. No more dirt. On the outside, perhaps, but you still have something of a problem with the inside. We're ready to get back to the investigation, wherever you are, sir. The crowd has trampled the entire area. We'll be lucky to find any traces of our shooter at all. Is that? Hey! Oh, look who that is! It's Winston Payne! Well, this is quite the situation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth? What's he again? It's Payne, Mr. Edgeworth. Winston Payne. We work together at the prosecutor's office. He's the prosecutor? What brings you here today, Mr. Payne? What indeed? Why, only the invitation of the chief prosecutor himself. His voice, I recognize it from the tape recording. Is he one of the men who was standing in front of Miss Lloyd? Where's the chief prosecutor? He had to leave, I'm afraid. He's a busy man. They let him, and only him, out through the cordon. So he had me summoned on short notice and then left before I even showed up? Rude. You even gotta pick through the trash yourself? The prosecutor's life ain't easy, huh? Detective Gumshoe. Right away, sir. A faithful detective scrabbles through the garbage as the prosecutor looks on, his hands unblemished. Let's see now. Come to Papa, little treasures. Is he enjoying himself? Bingo! A popsicle stick. Gotta love the jokes they put on me. Detective. Sorry, sir. Relevant evidence. Relevant evidence. I think we got something. Good work, detective. Let's take a closer look, shall we? By examining a piece of evidence from all angles, we can uncover hidden details. Sure can. Tell me which way you want it, sir. Rotate the cameras with the arrows. And if you want, I can move it closer or further away, too. Use Q to examine an object up close. You to move out for the bigger picture. When you spot something, just say the word. Point out suspicious areas with the cursor and press space to inspect them more closely. Alright, let's see what we can discover. Oh! This is a document of some kind. Lady Rock, second night. Let's cover for Lakeside now. Eyes on this area. They possibly know who might be audience. And to immediately escort presidents to plan in case of emergency. Position in light of night's interest. What are we looking at here? Presidential security plan. It's a diagram of the president's security arrangements. Shows how the president's bodyguards were positioned. He even has his people's names on it. Look at night. So his bodyguards aren't natives of St. Cloud. Hardy uses some private security firm. Why not employ people from his own country? I know why not. Y'all want to hear a little Tabby Lloyd exclusive? You really know something? Sure I do. I was over at their embassy not so long back, sniffing out a story. While I'm there, one of my sources tells me that the president's got more enemies than you got hairs on your head, including a bunch of bigwigs in the National Police Force. Interesting. So he's unable to trust his own domestic law enforcement. I wonder if one of these enemies could have been behind the attempt on his life. Well, what was it doing dumped there in that bag? You raised an interesting point. It's a document related to a matter of national security. It would surely be highly classified. Huh? Hey, there's something else in here. Oh, my. What's a gun doing in there? Sir, this bag, it's gotta belong to the... Yes, it could have well been disposed of by our would-be assassin. A revolver. It would have taken a lot of nerve to dump it here amid all the chaos. Could this be the work of a professional? That would explain the security plan too. I think we need to take a very close look at our latest finds. Two spent bullets in the cylinder, matching the 2 gunshots heard on my foot. Proves that this must be the weapon that was used. What about the scope? E to zoom out, okay. This is a laser sight. It can be lined up with the targets, making aiming a bit easier. I press this here. Yep, definitely a red laser. Assassins have used the laser sight to target the president. That bag was a real find, huh? Just goes to show, a bag in the hand is worth 2 in the trash. I swear, detective. Now there's something else I'd like to ask of you if you don't mind. I need you to take the bag and the gun to forensics and see if they can find anything. On it, sir. This set of fingerprints could really hold this investigation. Got the results for you, sir. That was quick. You bet it was. Told the text it was ultra super high priority. But they came up empty. I checked everywhere. Inside and outside, top to bottom, sir. They even took the bullets out of the gun and dusted them. I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. And connect. Oh! don't like having the switch between these two. What if I just... Okay, yeah, I'll just use the mouse phone. Touch the gun nudges. Television truck appears to be stuck in the mud. Reminds me of the time I pushed your car out of that ditch, sir. But you just drove away and left me there. Gotta admit, it felt kinda lonely. Did I do that? I think I might have. Came back though, Mr. Edward. Only left me there in the mud for maybe 15 minutes. I know you'd never forget about me, sir. Of course I wouldn't. Barring those 15 minutes anyway. You say you attended today's ceremony in order to gather material for an article of some kind. Too bad I did. It ain't the kind of thing that happens every day. When did the ceremony begin? Prior to the rain stopped. We got lucky. It was raining all morning before that. Anyhow. Excuse me, goddamn. I didn't get much sleep last night. The president's plane touched down right around 1:45. And the speech started at 2 on the nose. What about the shooting? Must have been maybe 20 after? 20 minutes after the ceremony began. Yeah, shots rang out, tearing through air that only moments before had been alive with cheers. Then tragedy! The president dropped to the floor, felled by an unknown assassin's bullet. It's 2:25 p.m. on March 25th, and I've been reporting to you live from the scene here at Gordon Lake. What's that all about? Sorry, just making some voice notes. Gotta get those ideas down the second they come into the old noggin, you know? And every day you get to report on the assassination of a president, after all. It's dramatic, it's emotional. Got everything I need to write an article that puts the readers right there on the scene. Did the president really drop to the floor? Officers on the scene said his bodyguards escorted him straight onto the presidential plane. Y'all can't blame me for getting a little carried away now, can ya? I'd better take any testimony she gives with a good-sized pinch of salt. Can we present the bag? Enemies on both sides, huh? I figured he was gonna get shot someplace, somehow. It's only a matter of time when. Wait, you're not telling me you came here expecting him to get shot? Hey now, don't go putting words in my mouth. I came because the president's a great man. I figured there was a scoop just in him being here. Doesn't seem like much of a scoop if you ask me. Come on, Ruffles, cut me some slack, will you? Stop it calling me a reporter and all. It's kind of weird when somebody else says it. Still, Tabby Lloyd, reporter at large. Does have kind of a ring to it, don't you think? But you are a reporter, correct? Sure am, a reporter in training. Have you even had any articles published? Fixing to look up my work, huh? Well, that might be tricky. And yet you call yourself a reporter nonetheless? Well, I soon will be, won't I? This right here is a big old scoop. No mistake about it. Got the whole thing on tape. Didn't miss a second. So thanks to my trusty mic and my even trustier tape machine. I'm about to set the journalistic world on fire, just like my mentor before me. You know the Chief Ruffles? My mentor? My inspiration? No, but you haven't mentioned her repeatedly. Did I? Can't rightly say I remember. What kind of reporter forgets a thing like that? Just like the chief always says. You gotta treat information as irresponsibly as you can. And what kind of mentor says that? Oh, you should have heard her the day she gave me this here tape machine. You be sure and bag yourself the juiciest, sleaziest scoops you can now, you hear? Oh yeah, that's definitely a lot of heart. Wonderful. So you're the kind of reporter who sees fire under even the faintest trace of smoke. Nah, I'm the kind of reporter who busts on the fire till the smoke about chokes you. How is that any better? What if we present her with a gun? Considerable opponent, your heels. Sorry. You have to help me out here, Ruffle. Yeah, that's not gonna work either. Come on, give me something to work with here. Something dark here. Nothing there. Matchup was placed here recently. Now they're referencing that episode of the first game where Miles was on trial. Yeah, fond memory, sir. And I got an achievement for that. Alright, you know, if it's not these two, then I don't know. Fuck. Guess we're just in danger then. Yep. I help you. I must have footage of the event. Do you mind if I take a look? Wish I could help you, but that might be a little tricky. Why is that, huh, pal? You got a problem with... No, it's just that my camera was knocked over in all the panic. Now I can't get it to work. The footage would have helped immensely. For what? What the... You need a little help, Mr. Edgeworth. I know that voice. It's the queen! Or the princess. God, look at her. She looks so good in high def. Honestly, I leave you alone for 2 seconds. Don't worry, your hero's here to save the day. That's right, the one, the only Kay Faraday! Hero, only you would get yourself tight like that. So you're not a great thief anymore? Not right now, but it's not like I quit. I'm just on sabbatical. I'm taking time out for some intensive training. Being a second Yatagarasu doesn't come easy. Kay helped me out on a few cases about 2 weeks ago when I was working a case. That's right, so everything that happened in the first game happened 2 weeks ago. Let that sink in. Degrassi. A mysterious things who seem to appear and disappear at will. And who claimed only to steal the truth? She calls herself the second F. Degrassi, the successor to the so-called Great Thief. It's on a lock I can't open or a trap I can't escape. When it comes to stealing, well, I'm still in training. I'll get there soon enough. What are you doing here, Kay? What do you think I'm doing? I've been enjoying the festivities, of course. I suppose you just meant to be fond of such things. Afterwards, I was thinking of dropping by your office to see you guys, but now I don't have to. Good to see you, kiddo. You're as bright and breezy as ever. Hey, Gummy, how you been? You're looking pretty full of beans yourself. It's okay. Are you really here to save the day? Yep. Prepare for your jaw to hit the floor. Your best pal in the world here only went and took pictures of the whole shebang. Did you now? Then you better show them to me. Wow, your jaw didn't even drop an inch. What a girl gotta do to impress you, huh? I know, right? Just a prosecutor here is about as much as fun as a dang toothache. Don't even let me call him Chief. I'm not forgetting my manners. Tabby Lloyd, Ace Reporter at your service. Nice to meet you, Tabby. You're right, he's no fun at all. This one time, You two can chat later. Hey, can I see those pictures? Fine. Here. I took this one right when the gun went off. It was total chaos. People running everywhere. The president and his two bodyguards. The names on the security plan were Knight and Rook, I think. What's that? Thank you indeed, Kay. I think you provided us with a vital clue. Woo-wee! Your eyes just lit up like a pair of dang Christmas trees. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, care to tell the readers what you spotted? Contradiction. He said a contradiction. Where? Looking nice. Shows the moment of the incident. I piece of evidence shows something different. I like to point a contradiction. And I apply my powers to deduction. First decide to find the contradiction in a photograph. I'm gonna be real with you. I actually don't know what the contradiction is. Oh! So only press T to make my deduction. Is that the evidence that proves their contradiction? Let's see. They are pretty close to him, but I don't think that's it. Wait, yeah, no, they are in front of him. Eureka! So sure, I can't see anything myself. You don't see it? It's something so obvious. It's a contradiction in itself. Mr. If you know if you made a mistake, you just tell me, don't you? Mistake? I have done no such thing. I'll prove it to you. Okay, look here, it's contradiction. Really? Look closely at the picture of the president and his future equipment, you would, Miss Lloyd. Look at Kay's photograph. Compare the two carefully. What am I looking for here? A red dot on his face. I'll be. Indeed, there's something on the president's forehead. Something that wasn't there in the other picture. What is that? Some kind of birthmark? Yeah, guy's got a big red birthmark right in the middle of his forehead. I forgot that this game walks you through a lot of this stuff. highly doubt a birthmark just sprang up there since the other picture were taken. Did he get bitten by a bug then, maybe? That's it. That right there's a big old bug bite. Now I thought it was something important. The look on her face. You should know that the roots of the tree paved with a seemingly trivial detail. Oh, get with the face! Alright, duly noted, Chief. Oh, I didn't actually mean to do that. I meant to hit you. Now connect. I've solved the mystery of the red birthmark. Really? So it wasn't a bug bite? No, what we're dealing with isn't something that would itch for a day and then disappear. It is in fact a beam of a laser sight. Our killer was aiming to shoot the president square in the forehead? And shortly after this picture was taken, a second shot rang out. Yeah, it's gonna do more than itch. Indeed, I feel the president may be even more dangerous than we thought. But the gun we found was the weapon used in the crime. How'd the perp use a laser sight though? That's right. It sounded like crazy using something like that. It's not like you can just go around shooting lasers all over the place. No, and anyone who saw it could trace it right back to those shooters. Seems like a pretty bad idea all around. Oh, I almost forgot. I took a couple more pictures. There were the laser sights in one of them. It's a long shot, but it's worth a look at least. Alright, Kay, let's see these other pictures. Yes, sir, right away, sir. Let's see. First up, here's one I took just before everything started going south. Oh, look, it's Winston Payne. Might be more useful to us if half the frame wasn't taken up with your face. Hey, can you blame me for wanting to get a selfie with the president? Like, yeah, this is right before the gun went off. That's when I showed you Forrest, when just after the first shot was fired. The second shot came just seconds after this. Then there's... Sis, I can hardly see anything. I got knocked over when everyone started running right after that last picture. Guess I must have pressed the shutter by accident. Not sure this one's gonna be much use, kid. That's all of them. Look at these photographs! Every time I look, it makes me laugh.
Take that!
There, I see it. I actually didn't see it when I clicked the first photo, so y'all are gonna have to forgive my cunningness. Look closely at the person with the red hood. Oh, there it is. Indeed, that's our laser sight right there. So that's our perp. The one in the red hood must be the shooter, yeah. Found them, and it's all thanks to yours truly. Indeed, she led us right to the great treasure wall, Miss Great Thief. The truth. May have captured our would-be assassin in one of your other pictures, too. Take another look. Yeah. Nope.
Take that!
Why is it T? It's always been R. I don't understand why they changed it to T. That must be our suspects. Looks like they took advantage of the confusion to make their getaway. Luckily, we could see exactly where they were headed. The samurai dog stand. Precisely, which means they escaped towards the right-hand side of the refrigerator. Type of gun on it, sir. Consider it cleared. you now, my little Red Riding Hood. The entire park is cordoned off, and we know which way you went. Absolutely a matter of hunting you down. Now let's continue our investigation. There's evidence here somewhere. All we have to do is find it. Banner advertising the rifle range fall over. It must have been knocked down in the crush. Covered in footprints too. The crowd must have really panicked. Hey, you know where I could buy one of these? Why would you wish to? Don't tell me you're thinking of riding gumshoe on it and wearing it on your back. What? How did you guess? Are you a mind reader, sir? Is that it? It's a joke, but I should have known that nothing is impossible when it comes to the good detective. Scour this scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Well, I already know the obvious, but... What's this? A red button. Hey, do you think... Certainly seems likely. Samurai dogs. Now a Sakura relish. Just in time for spring. Sakura, huh? What does that taste like? Well, Sakura is cherry blossom, so I guess maybe cherries? But blossoms are blossoms and cherries are cherries, sir. They're totally different things. But you're right, I suppose. So what does Sakura really taste like? This is my kind of mystery. Got you. Can you see what that is under the sand, please? There's something down here, alright. Let's see. A red raincoat. This must be the one the suspect was wearing. They must have taken it off and hid it under there before they made their escape. Alright, let's examine it. The sleeve. It's inside out. The button is missing too. The button constants that come from this raincoat must have been pulled loose when the killer took it off. The right sleeve's inside out too. Seems it was removed in a hurry. Fast enough to tear a button off, no less. I surmise our assassin disposed of their gun and bag in the trash immediately after shooting at the president. They then slipped into the panicked crowd and moved from the left to the right side of the spectator area. This is because they knew the trajectory of the bullet would point to a shooter on the left side. Finally, they removed the raincoat and hid it under the samurai dog stand. The killer would have needed to get rid of the coat as soon as possible, hence its hurried removal. The fact that the right sleeve is inside out is a testament to how quickly it was taken off. Yep, that and the missing button. The question, of course, is why didn't the same thing happen to the left sleeve? Oh yeah, only the right sleeve is inside out. Indeed, and the button on the left sleeve is still securely attached. So what does this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If we're to answer that question, Detective, we'll need to inspect the raincoat in more detail. This is a bloodstain. And considering where it's located, I'd say the blood belongs to our would-be assassin. So we're looking for someone with an injury. Not just any injury, Detective. An injury on their left arm. Huh? How do we know that? It's simple. The right sleeve is inside out, suggesting that the suspect removed the raincoat in a hurry. Conversely, the left sleeve is just as we would expect it to be. Therefore, the suspect's left arm was never in the sleeve in the first place. And once we understand that, everything else falls into place. Now, detectives, there's a bloodstain on the left side lining of the raincoat because as the suspect's arm is too injured to fit through the sleeve. Precisely, or at least we can say that there's a good probability that was the case. These are starting to fall into place. Detective Gumshoe, I need you to go and search the crowd for likely suspects. Yes, sir. Suspicious characters with injured left arms coming right out. Really smarter than you look, roughly. Taking all them itty-bitty pieces and putting them together like that. That'll be your man in no time. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. Parker's still poor no star would be assassin in the crowd somewhere. Follow me down to Detective Gumshoe. So let's see what we got. Mr. Edgeworth, we found someone who fits the bill perfectly, sir. Oh yeah, now the assassin dummy. Hold on, Kay. It's a little soon to be jumped to conclusions. For the moment, they're a person of interest and nothing more. Understood? Okay, no jumping. He's our shooter, sir. I'm sure of it. He's the guy who tried to take out the president. Broad daylight, surrounded by a crowd of witnesses. This is no ordinary assassin. Bring him over here, detective. Carefully. Yes, sir. Come on, boys. You heard Mr. Edgeworth. Umbrella. A bandage on his left arm. Hey, lawyer dude. I heard an old friend was going to appear on stream here, and it seems like they were right. As a matter of fact, yes, they were. Welcome to the stream, Matt. Well, pal, state your name already. Doe. John Doe. Charmed, I'm sure. I wonder if he knows Jane Doe. John Doe. Not a name you often hear in real life. That's correct. I know this man from somewhere. I'm sure of it. You're Prosecutor Edgeworth. You know my name? Of course. I've been following the day's developments with some interest. Now, perhaps you'd care to explain why you're asked to speak with me? As you've been following our investigation, you're no doubt already aware of who we're looking for. So let me ask you, do you recognize this raincoat by any chance? Forgive me, but I'm afraid I do not. I see. Well, I believe the owner to be the would-be assassin we were seeking. My. Well, isn't that just shocking? And this same would-be assassin happens to have an injured left arm. Just like you. All I can tell you is I had nothing to do with this unfortunate affair. The two adversaries stare at each other down, their eyes like a deadly lasers. Care to tell the readers what happens next? A showdown, that's what. A battle of wits. A battle of words. Dare I let him explain any further what he thinks this upcoming battle will entail? In a battle of wits, you never know if or when the other guy might be lying or just plain mistaken. But if you spot an inconsistency in a statement of theirs, you gotta present the evidence that proves it. And to do that, I'll need to first open my organizer with E, then press T to present my evidence. Now what if there ain't no inconsistencies to find? Then you could change tack, press for more information, and see what you could shake loose. Indeed, I can impress my opponent with Q. Why don't you show us how it's done, Mr. Edgeworth? You know, for all the things that Gumshoe has done and experienced in his life, I find it insane that he remembers everything about the tactics of getting information out of people in terms of, like, you know, being an attorney. That's so much reason that we need a Gumshoe game. Stepping up to bat, our nation's top prosecutor. Once I'm able to quietly gather my thoughts, yes. I can understand why whoever wore the raincoat would be of interest to you, but you have no proof that this person's injured as you claim. My left arm may be injured, but I can still use my right. When it started raining, I simply opened my umbrella. No raincoat required. So you contend that you are not wearing a raincoat, is that correct? It is. And is that so strange? Not everyone wears one after all. I happen to prefer an umbrella. Team Raincoat over here. They're perfect for when a girl really needs to move. Heck, I don't use neither. Come rain, sleet, snow, or shine, it's my trusty parka every time. Not exactly the line of inquiry I was hoping to pursue. So you see, I'm not your would-be killer. I'm not in the habit of making baseless accusations, Mr. Doe. Please, I'm just a simple ice cream oh my. Forgive me, my wound seems to have begun bleeding again in all the excitement. The owner of the raincoat is definitely our assassin. Said owner also has an injured left arm. I'm on to you, Mr. Doe. It's only a matter of time. Well, left arm may be injured, but I can still use my right. Nah,
Hold it!
I don't know where your umbrella is. And yet, you don't seem to have an umbrella on you at the moment. Didn't the rain stop only a short while ago, just before the shooting? Indeed. I remember because I was suddenly inundated with customers. That's less than an hour ago. Are you trying to tell me that you lost your umbrella in that short span of time? Yes, that is exactly what I'm trying to tell you. After all, it only takes a moment for someone to steal an umbrella, especially in a crowd of that size. That's entirely possible, I suppose. I had my umbrella when it was raining, Mr. Edward. That is a fact. Then you lost the umbrella to the crowd, huh? Guess it's just one of those things. Suppose you're going to tell me that his wound reopening is just one of those things, too? Well, it, kinda is, no? Assassin's left arm is injured. That's Mr. Doe's. Why is he even bleeding as we speak? You're right, that is pretty suspicious. Nonetheless, we need to find something concrete that will link Mr. Doe to the crime. Just press E to open my organizer and look at all the evidence. Oh. Fuck, it's Z. God damn it. I can use both hands for those. Oh, my bad. I went the wrong way. E? No, it's R.
Objection!
Realize that valuable ice cream is melting while we have this conversation, Cedric. Ice cream isn't what's important right now. The inconsistency in your statement is. So I think the problem might lie in your own statement. This one might be a little bit more challenging than I thought. He raises a valid point, but I feel like we might have to press him for information. I mean, you do raise a valid point. Here, hold on. Let's see what this photo looks like. Oh wait, hold on. What am I doing?
Objection!
Herder. My brain is so like quick to look for other options that I forgot the easiest one. The one that actually shows that how we knew that they were injured in the first place. Ugh. My chair is making so many rowdy noises. Seem like a careful man, Mr. Doe, but not quite careful enough. After all, you left something behind, something of vital importance. I'm afraid you must have confused me with someone else. The code does not belong to me. Or you claim to have some kind of proof to support your accusation. Your arm isn't troubling you too much, I hope. The wound seems to be bleeding again. I'll survive, although I can't pretend it's not something of an inconvenience. Yeah, my deepest sympathies. If it wasn't bleeding past the valley, you could have perhaps made a clean getaway. What exactly are you insinuating? As I've already established, whoever wore the raincoat is injured. Now I can prove that person was you, with this decisive piece of evidence. Why is his ice cream melting? Mystery dog, there's a small amount of blood on the inside of this raincoat. Blood that belongs to our assassin. This is the murder of a foreign leader? Causing a diplomatic incident? They'll throw the book at you. You can give us a silent treatment all you like, but we don't need you to talk. Simple blood test will give us the answer we require. All it takes is for us to compare the blood on your bandages and on the coat. Now we'll do that. We have the evidence. Why don't you make it easier on all of us to come clean? Admit that you were the one who attempted to assassinate the president of Zangfa. I am not your assassin. You're stubborn, I'll give you that. This were a game of chess. You would already be in checkmate. Now do the honorable thing and admit defeat. This looks like a man with no moves left to play. Very well, you have me. I'll admit it. I was wearing the raincoat. Confess, say the word and I'll slap the cuffs on him right now. But I did not shoot at the president. What? Sedgeworth. The only thing you have proven is that I was wearing a particular raincoat. As far as I'm aware, that is not a crime. That's a valid point. I'm no assassin. I'm a simple ice cream seller. One who claimed to be wearing a red coat while watching the president speak. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguard sprang into action and the shots rang out. That's when the spectators panicked and started running and screaming for their lives. Your story stinks. You don't scare me. The evidence is on our side, you know. Look, it's right there, plain as day. The assassin, and they're wearing a red raincoat. Intriguing, but that is not me. Oh, come on. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you really think I was the only one in the entire park wearing a red raincoat today? I do, actually. But then why does he seem so sure of himself? Simple ice cream seller, but a knowledgeable one, I assume. On the subject of ice cream, at least. But of course, ask me anything you wish. I don't know the first thing about ice cream. You know what the most important thing about making ice cream is, of course? Mr. Edgeworth. Why, the most important thing about making ice cream is to approach it with a virtuous heart. And what does virtue have to do with anything? Without proper reverence for the craft, I'm afraid all you'll ever make are sweet crystals of ice. There, I hope that you now see. I'm nothing more than an ice cream seller.
Hold it!
I have a raincoat. Were you not using an umbrella? That's so strange. It was a rainy morning. Most people were wearing a jacket of some kind. Well, I'd say it's a pretty strange choice considering you couldn't get one of your arms into it. Rather than not have one of my hands occupied by an umbrella, I had ice cream to serve after all. Why go to such lengths to avoid testifying to that effect in the first place? Forgive me, I simply hadn't remembered until now. It's been an eventful day after all. Eventful? Well, I hardly know what else to call it, Mr. Edgeworth. The president of Zangfa was shot at. towards the end when his bodyguards sprang into action and shots rang.
Hold it!
The gunshots moved before you saw the bodyguards move before you heard the gunshots? Yes, if I recall correctly, they moved first. At least the one on the left did. Rather observant, Mr. Joe. Keen eyes. The bodyguards are written in the top left corner of the security file. And on the left was Rook. That's correct. Bastion Rook, I believe. I expect he noticed the light from a laser sight. The man is no amateur. Mr. Joe knows a little too much about the business of being a bodyguard for my liking. Say our friend here is no amateur either. You can append what you just said to your testimony if you don't mind. As you wish. No, stop.
Objection!
What time is it? Dinner should be ready by now. After I get this, I'll go see if I can, get some tacos. Oh, yeah.
Hold it!
So the bodyguard on left was the first to move. A small obstruction, yes. He reacted admirably swiftly. That was Bastion Rook, did you say? Quite stupid. More so than anybody else, I'm sure. It's good, he didn't even flinch. Guy's lying through his teeth, I tell ya. No one gets away with disrespecting Mr. Edwards, pal. Not on my watch. Calm down, detective. We'll get the truth out of him by catching him in the lie.
Objection!
Oh, I got it. Here. I'm gonna go see if I can get some tacos. And I gotta use the bathroom, so I'll be right back. returned! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I've returned. So my parents aren't here, so I don't know if I'm allowed to have any tacos yet. So instead, I decided that pizza rolls would be a good alternative for now. So that's what I'm eating. You arrested me, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, then tell me how Simple Ice Cream Seller was one of the presidential bodyguard's names. What? You just Shirley. He was the one who spoke their names aloud. Rook and Knight, was it?
Objection!
We only know these names thanks to the security plans. But look closely, only their surnames appear. Yeah, we all clearly heard you say the name Bastion Rook. How did you come to possess such information? Information we ourselves didn't have. How did you know? Explain yourself! Oh no, it's a little soon to be jumping to such conclusions. I didn't know their names yet, and the reason for that is I know Mr. Rook. He and I are acquainted. What? There's something of a connection. And his is a name I can never forget. You think we're stupid, pal? Stop lying. I am not lying. I am, as I always have been, a simple ice cream seller. An acquaintance of Bastion Rook, yes.
Objection!
He really thinks I'm stupid. I suppose Mr. Rook will confirm that? It should be easy enough for him to remember his good friend, the slippery ice cream seller, correct? Please, you are more than welcome to ask him, although I think that might be difficult right now. I'd imagine he's rather busy ensuring the president's safety. But suppose you were able to speak with him, and he does deny that he and I are acquainted. How will that help you prove I was the shooter?
Objection!
If you weren't the shooter, why take off your raincoat? It was no longer raining. In fact, it had grown quite warm. It's better to let light breathe, no? Or would you rather I had let it fester? Is he actually going to worm his way out of this? What are you waiting for, Mr. Edward? Hurry up and arrest that man! He's clearly guilty, and if I were you, he'd be in jail already. You might be willing to arrest a man without sufficient proof, but I am not. No, come on, Mr. Edward, there's gotta be something you can do. Shocking scenes here, as the culprit seems all but certain to escape justice. Since the court of public opinion has spoken, very well. As I will clearly be revealed to suspicion no matter what I say, I might as well share what I know. What you know? What's his angle here? I saw another person with a red hood. Are you kidding? It's the person you captured in your photograph. The first noticed him just before the president's speech began. It was still raining then. Their outfit was the same color as my own, which is what drew my attention. As did the laser beam that was aimed directly at the president's head. Saying there's another red-hooded person? Preposterous. I knew that if anyone saw me dressed similar to this individual, I could fall under suspicion myself. So naturally, I removed my raincoat.
Objection!
Not only did you see the assassin, but they were wearing exactly the same thing as you? How very convenient. I thought you might find it far-fetched. Hence my not mentioning it until now. I know you law enforcement people are very skeptical types. You would never have believed me. Especially not if I had said that the shooter was standing right next to a certain prostitute. Well, I know you don't mean me. I wasn't even summoned until after the shooting. No, not you, Mr. Edgeworth. Your colleague over there. Oh, me? Yes, the photograph will prove it, I'm sure. See right there in front of the person with the red hood. That's me, yes, but what exactly are you saying? As I mentioned, I've been following your investigation with some interest, Mr. Edgeworth. While pondering the details, I noticed something strange. Strange? What exactly? Come now, a man of your talent should be more than capable of spotting a contradiction such as this. I'm afraid I don't follow. The picture shows the chief prosecutor, Mr. Payne, and the shooter. But there's nothing weird about that, is there? Think carefully. It was taken right in the middle of the president's speech. One of the other pieces of evidence we gathered is inconsistent with what we see here. Oh, wait.
Take that!
Are you sure you really want to go around presenting stuff, even if you're not sure? I don't know if this is such a good idea, sir. Oh, wait, hold on. This side.
Take that!
Of course, the tape. It contradicts the photograph. So you've noticed at last. What's going on about Mr. Edgeworth? Someone's missing. Someone who should be here. But who indeed? I know who it is. It's her.
Take that!
Huh? Miss Lloyd. Oh wait, and you can see on the inside there too. It's red. Oh, you can't do that. Mr. Payne's voice can clearly be heard on Miss Lloyd's tape, saying that he was conducting a private conversation with the chief prosecutor. There was two old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away to each other the whole darn time. Must have been very close indeed to capture it on tape. Right, but she's not in the picture. Precisely. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, you still believe that you have been hounding the right person? Well, y'all are fixing to put me under the microscope now? Alright, sure, knock yourselves out. I got nothing to hide. Ain't like I was standing still the whole time. No, I was running all over, roving reporter style, and that was a big old crowd. This picture must have been taken while I was in one spot, and the tape's from when I was in another. So quit giving me the evil eye. Ain't nothing but a misunderstanding. You just met her. How would you know that? But she did. That would mean she's our hurt. Will you all quit messing with me as if I could have done a thing like that? Little old me? Might be glad to believe you if your testimony didn't contain a glaring inconsistency. Alright, let's see. Like I was standing still the whole time. Wait, actually, hold on. Before we even do that, can we see what was actually being played there? I don't see any season what was being said.
Hold it!
You're running around all over? Where exactly? Here, there, and everywhere, I guess. What, y'all don't know what all over means? You think I remember exactly where I was and went in a crowd like that? What do y'all want from me? I should at least tell us whether you were to the left or to the right of the stage. Left? Yeah, left, I think. Something in the picture was on the left-hand side, too. Coincidence? It must have taken while I was in one spot, and the tapes from when I was in another.
Hold it!
The fact that you are not in the picture expected, is that what you're trying to tell us? Sure is. I caught your pals, the prosecutors, on tape while I was in one part of the crowd, and that picture was snapped while I was off someplace else. Looking at it that way, it all makes perfect sense. The person that is that the picture and your recording are taking a different points from the speech. Yep, timing's everything. You learn that soon enough in this line of work. Sure that the two things did happen at the same time. And sorry, defenses come tumbling down. Let's go ahead and look at the photos again. Yeah. Hold on. Because no, I hate that they mixed up the controls on me. So now I'm afraid that I'm gonna press the wrong thing. I press the trying to check out there.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. See, I keep hitting R because I'm so used to R being to present. But it's imperative for a recorder not to lie, wouldn't you say? You're dang right it is, and I don't lie. But yet the photograph and the recording were definitely taken at the same time. But you can't prove that. Oh, but I can. The evidence is right here in these pictures. This one in particular shows something that lines up precisely with when you were making your recording. The picture indicates that it must have taken at the same time as the alleged recording. It's actually...
Take that!
I messed up. I know it's that it's in that area, but I hit the button too quickly. I think they went to lens. I think they got built something out? You into that kind of thing? Alright, let's try this again.
Take that!
Yes. See here, the president has his fist raised. And what about it? Would you be so kind as to play us the tape again? I see. It ain't that simple. What if I were to tell you that you don't have a choice? You don't make it easy, do you, Ruffles? Remember, we are concerned with the moment the president raised his fist. No criminal organization, no matter how big, is above the law. Justice listens to the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch. There, that's the moment right there. Correct, we now confirmed when it occurred in the recording. Which means, Tabby should be in the picture too then. And she is, right there for all to see. Lloyd, and it's in fact the person with the red hood. You're our shooter, huh? Nah, I don't even own a jacket like that. For everything we know, the owner of the red raincoat is. We've already proven the raincoat belongs to Mr. Tom Doe. You, Ms. Lloyd, were wearing something else. Something that also happened to have a red hood. So there were two people with red hoods all along? Indeed, Mr. Doe's last statement was true. Hey, but we only found one raincoat. Where's the other one? Our ice cream seller never mentioned a raincoat, only a red hood. So tell us about your jacket again, Miss Lloyd. Huh? This whole thing? Well, the best thing about it, like I said, is if you get mud on such on it. It's reversible, see? So you just turn it inside out and... Just as I thought. The inside of her hood, it's right. That's right. And when the incident occurred, that's the side of the hood that was visible. What's going on here? What were you really up to, huh, pal? Wait, I never even wore it that way around. I thought you would allow us to examine it. We can confirm that for ourselves. How are I gonna confirm that? How exactly? It's raining right up until the president's speech, correct? Not much has been established already. As you yourself said. Heck, I don't use neither. Come rain, sleet, snow, or shine, it's my trusty parka every time. If you haven't reversed your parka since the rain, the inside should be dry. Wait a second now, I got this big old backpack on, see, so I can't take off my jacket. Yeah. Maybe I can show y'all some other time? I think an excuse that week is gonna wash with Mr. Edgeworth? What are you waiting for? You're innocent, take it off and show us. It wasn't me, I swear. I never shot the dang president. I could never. That's true, Miss Lloyd, and your best option is to cooperate and tell us the truth. There's a particular reason why you choose to wear a parka with a red hood here today. Sorry, Ruffles. It's something I've never told you, something I couldn't. I'll come clean, I promise. Just go easy on me now, you hear? Who said that? Hold your horses. It's a little soon for the end game. That goes for you too, Mr. Prosecutor. You lost this one the moment you made your opening move. That's one of the men from Kay's photograph. Guess I better introduce myself. He's so cool. He's so cool. Look at him. Not behind the head. The name's Bronco Knight. I'm the president's personal bodyguard and second in command of his security detail. Point that thing someplace else, pal. What the heck's wrong with you? Sorry, can't help myself. It's just too much fun being this good. I just imagine him having a Dachi's voice line. It's just, sorry, can't help myself. It's just too much fun being this good. You're not a member of law enforcement, so how did you get a gun? This old girl's on loan from St. Cloud, temporarily issued to us presidential bodyguards. Anyway, never mind that. I got two tidbits of news for you. You want the good or the bad first? Choice is yours. I'm indifferent, whichever you prefer. Really? You're giving up the first move advantage just like that? Whatever, you're lost. Guess I'll push out the first pawn then. So you play a little chess, I take it. Ah, fellow fan, are you Mr. Red Suit? The name's Edgeworth, and you could say I dabble. Duly noted, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, I'll start with the good news. The president's okay. Didn't suffer so much as a scratch. He didn't? That's a relief. Particularly for the young lady here. That means there is no longer a murder charge on the table. That is good news, huh, Tabby? Yeah, because I'd never... Now, for the bad news. The only reason the president's alive is because we bodyguards did our job. One of us did anyhow, our boss. Put himself on the line of fire. Referring to your colleague, Mr. Rook? Yeah, it's game over for him. No way. Rook is dead? A genuine loss. So, they're saying that Tabby... Yeah, your friend here killed my colleague. My brother in arms. Heck no, I didn't do it. I didn't kill anybody, I could never. I'd shut my mouth if I were you, murderer. Sure, we did what we had to do. Sacrifice one of our pieces to protect the king. But to lose someone like him during a castling, it's a real shame. Castling? What's that even mean? It's a chess term. Very simplistically speaking, it's a move where a rook switches places with the king. Then why didn't he just say so? Mr. Knight, was it? Yeah? What? We'll need to see the victim's body right away. And if possible, I'd like to ask the president a few questions. Sorry, no can do. And why not? That's the third piece of news. It's the piece you're gonna like the least. Thought you said there were only two. The National Police Force of Zane File will be handling things from here. What? You better be kidding, pal! This investigation was assigned to us. We're not about to hand it over. You're the Edward, right? The one who solved the Antikarasu case. The president mentioned you. I'm honored to have warranted his attention. Makes sense that the chief prosecutor would assign this one to you. Wait, did the chief assign me to appease the president? That was a mistake. A big one. You should have given the case to somebody with a spine. You're free to take it up with President Wang. If you enjoy diplomatic incidents, that is. You're coming with me. We'll continue this on the presidential plane. No. I never did nothing, I swear. We can do this the hard way if you like. But in Zane Fa, justice is served one way or the other. Ruffles, come on, you gotta help me out of here, please. Miss Lloyd, she was the one in the red hood. There's no denying that now. But I can't help feeling we still don't know the whole truth behind this case. I'm innocent, you gotta believe me. Can I really let this happen? Is this really how it ends? The look in her eyes, the crack in her voice as she begs me to help her. This is no act by a criminal. She's genuinely scared. If I let him take her, we'll never know what really happened. Edris is what? What? Huh? What the? Get your filthy hands off of... Quiet now. Is that really any way to greet me? Your neck has already begun to heal and you've already forgotten who I am? I'm disappointed. It's you! Ah, so you do remember. What do you think you're doing, pal? Put the knife down and give it up. You got some nerve pulling a stunt like this in front of a bunch of police officers. Don't even think about it. You don't stand a chance against this guy. Who are you really, Mr. Doe? Let's just say, no, I'm no simple ice cream seller. Guy's a pro, a hitman. His name's Shelly the Killer. The Killer? There's not a legal professional in the country who doesn't know that name. An assassin capable of taking down any target, any place, anytime. This isn't the first time I pass across. It's been too long, Mr. Edgeworth. But of course, this is the first time we've met face to face. You're the assassin we've been looking for? In a sense, yes. A certain someone did indeed hire me to carry out a contract. And that contract did indeed specify that I was to assassinate President Wang. I swear I've seen his picture in one of my old files before, but... how could I have been so careless? My bandaged producer was bringing a knife into the park undetected. But I miscalculated in certain other regards. He didn't bring a gun. Now shall we play a little game, Mr. Knight? I know how fond you are of such diversions. The stakes must be high in order for it to be fun. Of course, shall we wager, say, your life? What do you want from I would like for you to allow Mr. Edward to remain in charge of the case. He what? What are you up to, the killer? I would simply like our mutual friend to see things through to their conclusion. Huh? But why? Bastion Rook was a man of great skill, one with whom I felt a certain connection. It is only right that the truth behind his death be brought to light. With Mr. Rook's departure, the case is now yours to investigate, is it not, Mr. Knight? I'm simply asking you to transfer that authority to Mr. Edgeworth. It's not something worth losing your life over, surely. You're just using the investigation as an excuse to get close to the president. Am I really? I suppose it is true that in order for the investigation to proceed, you will need to enter the presidential plane. You think I'm gonna let you near him? I'm his chief bodyguard. Are you? And here I thought you were only second in command. Rook's not around. That means I'm number one. I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes. You. Of course I do. I'm the leader now. Me! If that is indeed the case, then I would ask that you make a choice worthy of a leader. Will you needlessly throw away your life, or will you allow the investigation to continue? Is he really doing this to gain access to the president? Does he even need to? What is he plotting? You have no objections, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth? Come, let us continue the investigation. What do we do, sir? It seems we have little choice but to do as we're told. That said, listen, detective, and listen well. I'll buy some time as I investigate. Meanwhile, you gather the other officers. Have them surround the plane and make absolutely certain that there's no way he can escape. Yes, sir! You got it! We're already halfway through the first chapter. Wait, hold on. I need to see if they're back. I want some tacos! I want some tacos! Oh, they are back. Alright, I'm gonna grab some tacos. Be right back. Tacos have been acquired. We now have the eats. Alright. Onward. I almost said with the Clash Royale, but I guess in a way it kinda is. Oh! I can't pick up the taco, it's too hot. It's too hot. I need to clear out some space. That's what I need to do with this. Ugh. Yeah, there we go. I can live with it. Death of Bastion Rook and the revelation that Shelly the Killer was in our midst. This had taken a turn we could have never predicted. Mr. Knight ordered that the door to the presidential plane be opened. The emergency personnel attending to Mr. Rook's body were asked to leave. With the scene cleared, we stepped cautiously aboard. No president in sight. Now where could he be? Who knows? Oh, so he's hiding behind the bulkhead door over there, is he? Courageous in the face of danger as ever. Sorry to disappoint, but do you seriously expect him to be standing here waiting to meet his assassin? I'm telling y'all, tacos are good, but nothing beats a taco on a Tuesday! As we have already established, the interest lies only in the successful conclusion of this investigation. Oh, Mr. Edward, could you be so kind as to examine the body? Alright. My only option right now is to play along. That's up to you, Detective Gumshoe. The reputation of the president has become the murder of a bodyguard. Looks like you could use a little help there, Mr. Edgeworth. Not that I need it, but yes. That's what I thought. And there's nothing else for it. Cape Verde, great deep extraordinaire. I'll just have to take it from here. Oh, really? You think you're going to solve the case for me? Nope. Thought not. I will provide vital assistance. Let's get to scouring the crime scene from top to bottom. It will take Detective Gumshoe a while to assemble our backup. So I'll need to draw this part of the investigation out for as long as possible. Oh god, it's spilling out the other side. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Well, it seems I've entered just under his armpit and I've cleaned through his body. He's hit in an area his bulletproof vest didn't cover. Like it was on purpose or something. Cause the death appeared to be loss of blood. Attempts were made to staunch it, but to no avail. Sorry, it was too little, too late. Bodyguards used them to shield their clients from gunfire. There were some in case for photographs too. Looks like Rook and Knight each had one. Wait, but look at the photo. How could he have gotten shot there? Hard to steal a photo at a public event day. But I'm snatching up a moment in time with every picture I take, you know? She's so clever. I love her. Ugh, why is it so wet? Never heard of a wet taco before? Maybe. he was trying to use it. He probably drew it on instinct when he felt threatened. Check to see if he managed to fire any shots off. Hold there, and no other signs of the weapon ever been used. Wow, 1% fire too? Yep, sure was. Always issued with the same model of gun. Mr. Bester, bodyguard to the president of Zenka. Ah, it's so hot. Why is it so hot? One of the guys that brought the president inside as soon as the shooting started. Since he continued to do his duty right up until his dying breath. He'll still get posthumously promoted. Hey, it's better to know when to say nothing at all than to end up with your foot in your mouth. What do you mean? I mean, bodyguards don't even operate on the same ranking system as the police in the first place. Oh shit, is this going out? Stop that. Oh yeah. Could it be that this is the same? Meaning it's likely that the one we found is also from Zingfa. The bodyguards all got their guns from the Zangfa authorities, right? Are they like super rare or anything? No, I don't believe so. This model isn't exactly easy to come by in this country, but it's certainly not impossible either. I thought they might be valuable treasures. Yes, it is something of a shame. Oh, I just mentioned treasures, and you actually responded for once. I only mean to point out that if the guns were rare, it would be much easier to trace them. Which would have made them treasures of the evidence variety, I suppose. Huh, see? Everything's a treasure hunt one way or another, including this investigation. We could say that. I finished my tacos. Heard you guys proud of me? I finished my tacos. Now I got tomatoes. I just finished my tacos. I got tomatoes, and it's Tuesday. So much tea that the gossip never ends. She certainly seems a lot more enthusiastic all of a sudden. Oh, no. Let's scour the scene and inspect anything that could be Didn't go cheap when they bought these, huh? Very high res. Oh, I'm afraid I can't tell myself, but I can even see the little crow's feet around your eyes. Oh, my bad. They're just the usually deeply etched lines, you know, on your forehead. If you quite finish. Delicious. It's the president's favorite plushie. Mental something. Anyway, don't touch. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Why has it been left up there like nobody cares about it? Yeah, that is pretty weird. Sarah would be the first place I would think to stay for a while. Little short to class underneath it? Well, something seems strange about this toy hole, but now I'm sure of it. There's almost certainly another monitor here. Where, oh where? Sorry, got leftover taco meat. Taco Tuesday. Cannot hope to approach without being spotted. Imagine your child's play in my case. You're saying you can get past cameras like these without being seen? Of course, with ease. You got to teach me how, please. Are you taking on apprentices by any chance? Hey, you do realize who you're talking to, don't you? Sorry. Had to ask though, what a great skill for a great thief to know. Fortunately for you, I'm not the type to take on understudies. You're not, huh? Shame. Shame? In what way exactly? Monitors are displaying the cockpit and parts of the plane's exterior. Don't say anything out of the ordinary. Caution, but if you saw one at best, no assassin worthy of the killer name would ever allow their image to be captured by a mere child toy. Please, you have to teach me. If I could totally beat any security camera, I could. No shame. We can talk more next time. Next time? There's a shield right here. Why didn't they just use that? So it's ready to go at any time. Wait, there's only one ore. Still roll with one ore, you know. I have high hopes for your investigation. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you. Things are progressing well, I hope. There's no need to worry. Things are progressing just fine. Remember, I absolutely despise betrayals of all kinds. Yes, I know. Indeed, you do. So please do take care not to double-cross me. Accidentally or otherwise. I have no choice but to do as he says for now. Can't believe I let an assassin onto the president's plane. You know very well it's for the good of the investigation, Mr. Knight. Don't give me that. I know what you really want. You do indeed, because you've heard me say it already. I wish to know the truth behind Mr. Rook's death. But you did also say you were asked to assassinate the president by a certain someone? You seem to have forgotten that there are more pressing matters at hand. I don't often carry out unpaid work, but it's not entirely unheard of. Fine, I'll get back to the investigation. Good. I'm expecting great things from you, Mr. Edgeworth. I really think that's the key to cracking this case? You may not see it, Mr. Knight, but Mr. Edgeworth has his methods. His reasons for presenting such an item are myriad, I'm sure. Precisely.
I see that justice burns brightly within you too.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Goofy Teddy. We're just playing Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth 2. Such a frightfully blunt instrument. no knowledge or skill required. Use of such a tool speaks to a fundamental lack of reverence for the craft, wouldn't you say? You're telling me there's a level of reverence involved when choosing a murder weapon? Indeed I am, Mr. Edgeworth. You wouldn't agree. A weapon is a weapon. Well, I totally agree, and so does he. Now say sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. What is there even to apologize for? Nah, that's not gonna work. I bet not even Rook saw it coming. And who could blame him? A guy like that getting killed by some minor league hack? Quiet, please. Mr. Edgeworth, continue with your investigation. Alright, what are you hoping to achieve here? The single piece of evidence all took you to track me down. You really are as good as they say. I still don't get why you hid it under the samurai dog stand. Yeah, I was thinking that too! As I said, I did not wish to be mistaken for the shooter. A shooter you identify by means of a different jacket entirely. Or do you doubt your own logical conclusions? I have to admit, there are no lies to be detected in his words. None of these are working either. Let's get back to looking around first. I didn't do it. I'm a reporter. If I excuse not souls, then why lie about your jacket and the laser sight? That was, I just knew y'all would think it was fishy. Is that really all it was? Please, you gotta believe me, I could never do something like this. I like to tell you everything will be alright, but just try not to worry too much. If you really are innocent, I'll prove it, one way or another. Thanks, Chief, I believe in you. How many times must I tell you, I am not your chief? Well, sorry, Ruffles. Clean forgot you were chief number 2. That's not what I meant. Suddenly, the prosecutor pulled out a revolver and pointed it right at the innocent young reporter. Her tragically short life over, almost before it had begun. She crumpled doll-like into a watery grave. Perhaps if you'd actually been shot, I could understand you saying such awful things, Miss Lloyd. But if I wait that long, I won't be able to say nothing at all. True. This man is impenetrable, and he cross-examines the subject without mercy. I was rendered speechless before him. But I haven't even said anything yet. So that's not gonna work. I didn't know the guy. I didn't have no reason to kill him. Mr. Rook may have been the one who died, but it seems the president was the real target. I didn't have no reason to kill him either. I never even heard of the guy. Remind me again, what it was you said you came here to do today? Well, well, you know how... Just quit trying to trick a girl, will ya? I'm sorry. You got me. Oh, I already presented this, I think. Sure, I was the one who made that recording, but I know, you don't need to say anymore. At the end of the day, I'm just a lousy reporter who can't speak for herself, let alone the people. That's not true. And even if you can't, the evidence can speak on your behalf. The truth is always hidden within the evidence, and it will always reveal itself in the end. Thanks, Ruffles. I'll be stealing that line if you don't mind. I'm sure. If it will cheer her up, I suppose I can let it slide. This is on the other side of this door. What a door it is. I'm trying to get the better of it, though. Get the better of it? Doors aren't there to be beaten. Well, look how heavy it is. Look at that lock. It's just sitting there begging me to try it. Calm down, Kay, and think. Why might this door be locked? For me to open it, of course. Precisely, for you to open it, of course. Wait, what is the right answer anyway? Oh, okay. I haven't seen this. Okay, it's this. Oh, it's heavy. So this is what a president wears, huh? Must be made of something super special. Yes, to protect him from bullets. What? So it's not just for show? Of course not. This is a bulletproof vest. Time to put the logic together. So that's what one of those looks like. Why don't you just say so? Now I feel silly. So I'm connecting these two together. Damn. Okay. I didn't think that was gonna work. I'm not gonna lie to you. 2 bullets were fired in total. We know this because 2 shots were heard. One traveled through the flag and into the balloon. The other took Mr. Rook's life. There's a bullet in the president's vest too, right? How is that possible? How indeed? The numbers don't add up. However, there is one possible explanation. There is? After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest. In other words, 2 of our bullets were in fact 1. Hey, he's right. If the president had been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse. And he wasn't injured at all by the impact? Even when obstructed by a vest, a bullet can inflict serious damage. Sure, I've known guys who got broken bones that way. But the president's okay. He's made of strong stuff. Sounds like he didn't even need a vest. Let's not get carried away here. I want that bullet's ballistic markings analyzed. Remind me what those are again? Guns leave a unique pattern of grooves on every bullet they fire. By examining these grooves, you can use them to identify which gun it came from. Think of them as fingerprints of a sort. You can tell all that from a bullet? Then what are we waiting for? Analyze away. Might be easier said than done. That bullet hit solid armor. The impact will have completely flattened it. Be lucky if there's anything left for forensics to find. What? But I was all set for some analyzing. We don't have any more logic. Other than this, 2 gas masks in case of a poison gas attack, I suppose. President certainly seems to think he's at risk of assassination the whole time. Gas masks. I've never seen one before. I've heard plenty about them, of course. Oh, from a fellow thief, I presume? No, from the Jamming Ninja, you know, my favorite kids' TV show. Princess Murasaki was getting married, but Toxic Ninja Wolfsbane showed up to lay down some sick burns. And time to tune out. Might save myself a brain cell or 2. Yeah, I like the way that they're staring across from each other. Like, obviously, you know, you can't chip them together because, like, one's, like, I think in his 30s, if I remember correctly, and Kay's, like, 18. But I just think that it's like, look at it. It just kind of looks like they're having their own little conversation in the back. Alright, chill. Next to it, a canary in a cage. She's so sweet. I want one. You ever see a cuter partner in crime? Partner in crime? Well, yeah, she could help me with lockpicking, stuff like that. A great thief has no greater ally than nature, Mr. Edgeworth. Sadly, such birds are most commonly used for detecting poisonous gases. Wait, this one isn't actually for that, is it? Solid circular life preserver designed to be used in case of an emergency on the water. Rather, the sea to be more precise. Oh, the sea! I love the sea! We should go sometime. Sorry, but you'll have to make that particular trip without me. Aw, don't be like that. Come on, it'll be fun. We can have lobster rolls, ice cream, all that good stuff. Something tells me the sea isn't the main attraction for you, is it? Let's select some protective equipment here. Bulletproof vest, hazmat gear. No way, there's even a spacesuit. We have the sense that the president thinks he's very much in need of protection at all costs. What if he was in a gunfight and there was poisonous gas everywhere? And he was in space, what would he do then, huh? And he simply put on the bulletproof vest, the hazmat gear, and the spacesuit. That's probably easier said than done. God, I love the way that they designed her hair, but like, I hate the fact that it's so high up there. Is there something else on the desk? These files? We could always steal a glance. Another security plan. Yeah, like the lamp on the trash can. Precisely. But wait, something feels off.
Eureka!
The two plans are different. Was security detail reorganized at some point? Huh? Oh, you're right. Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday. President's orders. Why the urgency? Because of what happened the day before. The killer here tried to take him down. He infiltrated the security detail, posed as one of us. Rook figured it out first, but not before the guy got within striking distance of the president. Look at it. If our leader hadn't stepped in just then, we'd all have been out of a job. And he made it, and our friend here wound up with a seriously twisted arm. Rook put a bullet in for good measure, too. And where were you while this was happening? You were the first one I overpowered, were you not? Oh, that's embarrassing. She said you got put into a pack, man. Shut up, kid. Oh, now I get it. Your neck has barely begun to heal and you've already forgotten who I am? I'm disappointed. Oh, it's you. Busted up my neck so bad I can't even look to my right. I was somewhat astonished to have sustained an injury at all. Testament to Mr. Rook's skill. He was truly a master of his craft. Unlike a certain other someone I can mention. Not just as good as he ever was. You were a pawn to his queen, my young friend. What the heck do you know? So that's why you remembered Mr. Rook's name. You admired his skills as a bodyguard. Indeed, while I was serving on the team, I learned the names of all the operatives, but his in particular stayed with me. He joined the very short list of those who have ever successfully wounded me. So that's the connection he was talking about. Also covered in case of amphibious assault. President's safety is paramount. Spectator areas should be covered at all times. And that's why we changed up the security plans. I'm sure there wasn't someone else in our ranks. The president didn't want anybody on stage he didn't trust. And he only trusts two people. Me and Rook. How does that explain your change of position? Oh yeah, he switched over to the right-hand side. I told you I can't turn my neck to the right. Could only cover the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage. That's quite enough investigating for now. What's taking so long, Detective Gumshoe? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, have you solved the case? No, not yet. Is that so? But perhaps interviewing another key witness might help you to do so. Another witness? Who? You don't mean the most important witness of all, the man on the other side of that door. He really intends to have me question the president. Now, if you would be so kind as to summon him, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop right there, the killer. You're nuts if you think I let him anywhere near you. Well, Mr. President, I'm sure you are watching us through your security feed, aren't you? In which case, I politely request that you show yourself. That is, if you value your bodyguard's life. Well then, if nothing else, we now know what kind of a man you really are. Mr. President! Stop, you can't do this. Let's just all calm down, alright? Come on, detective, where the blazes are you? Lights! What's happening? Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth. I would advise you to stay very still. It seems I will not be granted my audience with the president after all. Even with Mr. Knight's life as my bargaining chip. No, stop! Okay, you won't get away with this, the killer. I've seen enough, and now I know the truth. Where are you? Where did you go? I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. Worse. Sir Edgeworth! Detective Gumshoe? Sir! Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Now look how cute Kay is. She's so damn adorable. I love the way that they designed her in this new chibi style. She's just too damn cute. Must have been knocked unconscious. Sir, you're okay. Are you alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Never mind me. He didn't hurt you, did he, Kay? Nah, I'm fine. I only just woke up myself. My head will be sore for a while, but that's about it, so you can stop worrying. Detective, did you manage to stop the killer? Well, see, Ms. Lloyd came running out of the plane and she told us he'd flown the coop. We were too late. I'm sorry, sir. Bodyguard over there told us something too. Seems there's an inflatable boat missing from by the window. The killer must have stolen it and rowed himself across the lake. What about the cordon around the park? I called everybody back in to stake out the plane, including the guy stationed across the water. No! So he's completely slipped through our fingers? Not the best look for the department, but yeah. Hey, Edgeworth. Mr. Knight, you're alive. Yeah, no thanks to that murderer. That reminds me. I found this lying on the ground next to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Calling card, marked with a seashell. Guess he wanted to leave a message. The killer usually leaves these next to the bodies of his victims. Hold on, he probably has like some kind of secret message on there. Oh, can I not? Maybe this is good. But you're not dead, sir. I could have been. Maybe that's the message. I can't stop thinking about his parting words. I have seen enough, and now I know the truth. I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. Now I know the truth. The truth about what? Roger that. All clear out here, sir. Over. What's going on? That was the president. He's coming out. Now? Damn, he's a whole ass lion. It's the President Zhang Fa, Mr. Jiju Wang. And you are. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. President. My name is Miles Edgeworth. The honor is all mine, Mr. Edgeworth. I am Di Junhua. Your efforts on behalf of Zhang Fa have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis. Must be referring to the Yatagarasu case. Thank you, sir, but all I did was solve a few local cases of murder. You are too humble. I have been observing your investigation. You're an impressive operator, Mr. Edgeworth. Even if the killer did get away. It's very kind of you to say. He was watching through his security feed. Sadly, I must inform you that this is as far as your investigation goes. What do you mean? Hear me, foolish prosecutor, for I shall say this only once. Knight has apprised me of the state of affairs. But from this point forward, the case will be handled by Zengpa's police force, the finest in the world. You want the killer out of the picture. They're still looking to get me thrown off the case? What do you think you're doing, pal? Nobody talks to Mr. Edgeworth like that. If it hadn't been for him, the killer would have... Detective. Forgive him, Mr. President, but I must confess to being somewhat confused. I failed to see how or why this case falls within Zengpa's jurisdiction. You failed to see? Enough, puny prosecutor. You seek explanations from a head of state? I say no, 1,000 times no. I will not explain myself to you. Now hand over the evidence you have gathered and remove yourselves from this plane. I'd do as he says if I were you, Edgeworth. This can't really be the end of the line, can it? Case evidence is handed to Mr. Knight. Why let us come so far only to pull the case out from under us? Now, you may leave. Knight, detain the suspect. Yes, sir, right away. To make an attempt on my life? To murder one of my faithful servants? The effrontery, the villainy! I didn't murder nobody. Shut your mouth, Miss Journalist. Answer me this. In a world already lousy with lies, with deception, with sin and iniquity, can we sit by and suffer yet another crime to go unpunished? I say no, 1,000 times no. There can be no forgiveness. There can be no surrender. Why? You ask me? Then I will tell you. He's hiding something. I'm certain of it. And if I leave now, we'll never know the truth. Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Mr. Edgeworth, there's gotta be something we can do. Wait. Oh yeah, we did hand over all the evidence. Sometimes when you face situations like this in the courtroom, confronted the lies of witnesses, and countered the arguments of other lawyers, has the critical evidence always been laid at your feet? No, and yet you always get to the truth of the situation in the end. Your greatest weapon of all, your words. Now, let us analyze the state of play. Be gone, puny prosecutor, or do you dare defy the direct order of our president? He's not going to listen. He clearly means to drown out any objection by means of pure rhetorical force. When the opponent is on the offensive, the best thing I can do is buy my time and wait for an opening. As he said himself, he's a head of state, a seasoned politician. He won't open himself up to attacks easily. I can't let him bully me into submission. I have to stay calm and alert. If I can read his movements and expressions correctly, I may be able to find my moment. My first aim should be to find out why he's insisting on Zengpa taking over the case. The board is set. Time to make my opening gambit. At least explain to me why I'm off the case. Imbecile, cease your insolent jabbering. I need not explain myself to you. My reasons are my own, and they are none of your concern. If I want to take this any further, I'll need a clue of some kind. I'll try another tactic for now. Please, about the case. Can I give you permission to speak? No, 1,000 times no. I am the leader of Zengpa. I have no time for your insolent backchat. I simply hope you to confirm one basic fact. You say that the investigation will now be assigned to your national police force? I do. Now, enough of your pointless questions. Good boy. The interior of this plane is the sovereign territory of Zengpa. You have no rights here. Is that so? Maybe our current location itself is significant somehow? Just keep that in mind. It could be a useful clue. It's time to apply my clue. In the course of our conversation, I've deduced certain facts about criminal behavior, Mr. President. For example, you seem particularly aggressive in discussing our current location. smarmy smart aleck. As you said yourself, the presidential plane is a sovereign territory in Zangfa. From that we can infer that you believe the rules of extraterritoriality apply inside here. Is that correct? Enough! Cease your objectionable whining. There's nothing else to say. Stop wasting my time. Can't let him bully me off the back, but I have to stay home more. Wait, no! Alright, well, I might have absolutely screwed this up. I'm moving too quickly. You can rant and roar all you like, but you won't escape my scrutiny. It was unmistakable. The moment I mentioned extraterritoriality, you became visibly agitated. You think you're clever, don't you? Let me answer your little question. It's true, extraterritoriality applies. Your laws mean nothing here. And why does that matter, you ask? It matters because it means you are powerless. You have neither influence nor authority here. Interesting. So this extraterritoriality issue does have something to do with all of this. Let's dig a little deeper into the claim that the plane is sovereign territory, shall we? Yes! Look at that revive. Next move will surely decide the victor. He may be the president, but nobody's untouchable. I just have to find the right angle of attack. I believe that extraterritorial. I hate that word. I really do. Do you even understand what you are asking? Of course. If I didn't, I wouldn't ask it. Have you no shame? Calling into question the good word of one such as myself? No more time for this. You clearly can't be saved from your own foolishness. You needn't worry about me. I'm not the one who needs saving. That would be Miss Lloyd, the woman who is being wrongfully accused of this crime. Chivalry is admirable, but it changes nothing. The right to extraterritoriality, it cannot be denied. This is Zangfa. I want to take this any further. I'll need clues sometime. I try another sec for now. Surely you see that you have overplayed your hand. Nobody asked for your opinion. You need only a baby, nothing else. You dare tell me how to govern, how to lead? You dare contradict me? On the matter of Miss Lloyd's guilt, yes I do. No, she is guilty. She is the culprit. There is nothing left to the debate. You must have realized by now what a massive corner you talked yourself into. Who else could have fired from outside the plane? There is no other viable suspect. Fascinating. So it's claiming that Miss Lloyd fired him from outside the plane. Of course, yada yada yada. What? Time to play my clue. I may not be able to call the extraterritoriality of the presidential plane into doubt. However, according to you, she shot at you from outside the aircraft, correct? In which case, extraterritoriality could not possibly apply in this case. Your assertion is entirely without merit, and the detainment of Miss Lloyd cannot be justified. How could I am bested by a mere prosecutor? But I am the president! The president! Checkmate. No game overs for me! Line chess, checkmate! Trust you won't mind if we continue our investigation now, Mr. President? Yeah, hold on. I don't remember the last time we saved, so... I officially and unreservedly confirm my approval. Consider it a gesture of the magnanimity and generosity for which my good office is known. Yes, for without noble acts such as these, unmistakably and irrefutably, for which reason we hereby, there can be no other outcome, for our goals are lofty in our hearts. What is bro yapping about? People of Zayfa, I swear to you here and now, this investigation will continue. All that when he could have just said, okay, you got me. Tonight, if you would care to return the evidence, take it. Did Mr. Edgeworth? Sure did, and now the investigation can continue. Whatever. Enjoy your pocket full of pawns. I'll be over here enjoying how you put them into play. Then you will definitely enjoy my next move. Mr. President, one more favor if you'd be so kind. What is it? Could you please give us your testimony concerning the incident itself? Now you want me to testify? Whoa, that's your next move? If you want the president to testify, you'll have to take him to court. All in good time, Mr. Knight. He will get his day in court soon enough. But if a person of interest refuses to cooperate at the investigative stage of the process, they are obliged to provide detailed justification as to their reasons for doing so. Next, what's the matter? Is there something you'd rather we didn't know? Stand down, Knight. Oh, wait, hold on. I'll do as the prosecutor asks. Now listen, and listen well. Where was I when the incident occurred? The staging took place. Suddenly, Rook and Knight jumped in front of me. Then, bang! A shot rang out, and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby. Not hesitating for an instant, my bodyguard tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane. Then the second shot, the bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself in the bulletproof vest I was wearing. If you look at it in one way, the president is also a victim here. Yes, the victim of an attempted assassination. Rook was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. That makes it even weirder. Why would the target of a crime try to obstruct the investigation? My guess is that there's something behind all this that he doesn't want made public. Cover-up, huh? I knew there was more to this case than meets the eye. And the president isn't the only one who knows the truth. Isn't that right, Mr. Knight? Time to get to the bottom of this once and for all.
Hold it!
About that red balloon. Are you trying to test me, Mr. Prosecutor? No, Mr. President. I simply wish to confirm what you remember. Very well. There were two very large, very round balloons, one on either side of the stage. Their deep crimson hues stood stark against the sky, just as the security plan said they would. I found the trash can, I presume. Rook and Knight left to my aid just before the balloon exploded. This person again.
Hold it!
Describe the incident exactly. You naive little man, do you really think your silly, simple question will shake me? I was involved in a craven attempt to silence me with cold steel. You know, say what you will about this guy, I really do like him. He's so excessive. And while I was speaking to my adoring public, no less.
Hold it!
When they stepped in to protect you, were you aware of the fact that you were being targeted? Was I aware of the... No! I was aware of my audience, nothing else. When I step up to the podium, I enter another world entirely. A place of rapture, a place beyond words. Yeah, I think that's called stage fright. I bet you were like a deer in headlights. No, 1,000 times no. I remember every second, each moment is indelibly etched in my memory. When Rookie Knight stepped in, I was shocked, overwhelmed, taken aback. Dang, a shot right now. You know what?
Objection!
You said it was a plain red balloon. Did he say that was a plain red balloon? Oh, yeah, I guess so. I didn't even notice that. I was only presenting that because like, yes, the top part of the balloon, I'm pretty sure the top part anyway, was red, but the primary color is like steel silver. Ugh. I need to stop. See, I keep getting comfortable. That's the reason why, like, my thing keeps freezing. Take a look at this. Oh, it's the bottom half. Oh, I was close. I think you'd agree that this is hardly plain, wouldn't you? No! What? Who is that? Mr. President, meet the Steel Samurai. I would have hoped you might recognize him, especially if you were hoping to ingratiate yourself with the people of this country. Yeah, you need to watch the Jammy Ninja too. He's amazing. So you see, the balloon that was struck by the bullet was anything but plain. It was in fact of the Steel Samurai. But the briefing mentioned 2 plain red balloons. And here they are. And there they are, right on the security plan. They do look pretty plain, don't they? Just simple round balloons. Knight, what is the meaning of this? Explain yourself. Yes, Mr. President. It seems the Steel Samurai balloon was borrowed at the last minute, sir. Borrowed? That's what we were told. Guess they only reported the incident to us bodyguards, though. Seems there was a little trouble here on site last night. One of the original balloons burst somehow. So I swapped it in as an emergency replacement. And one of the stall holders happened to have it. From what I hear, he is more than willing to lend it out. Very happy-go-lucky kind of guy, they said. Happy-go-lucky stall holder with a Steel Samurai balloon to spare? Huh. Well, you know who that is. They filled just the bottom part up with air to make it look like the other ornamental balloon. So while it was a Steel Samurai balloon, it was made to look like a plain red one above water. Is that the long and short of it? Knight! Why was I not informed of this? Sorry, sir. We didn't think it was a pressing issue. And indeed, you saw it and knew no different, correct? Yes, I suppose so. Could it really have mistaken the Steel Samurai's pants for a balloon? Plain red balloon? So, Mr. President, I struggle to see how you wouldn't have noticed something different about the balloon. Of course! What's that outburst for? Now I remember. I could barely see the balloon. You couldn't see it. That's right, the wind was blowing too hard. The flags to the side of the stage were flapping incessantly and blocking my view. Is that so? Yes, those 2 flags. They were being blown back towards me. There was a strong wind blowing right around the time of the incident, strong enough to blow the flags in just such a fashion. Does that completely animate that? Yes, it does. Mm-hmm. I think I could turn this entire case on its head. When I arrived on the scene, the wind had died down and the flags were resting calmly for the most part. Like the wind had previously been blowing through the flags as the president described it. A certain piece of evidence suddenly takes on a very different meaning of it. It would be,
Take that!
Earlier, we deduced that the bullet that struck the steel samurai balloon and the bullet that passed through the flag were one and the same. From these two things, we further deduced the trajectory that the bullets must have taken. And we concluded that our shooter must have fired from the left side of the spectator area. But the flags were blown as the president describes, our conclusion becomes quite different. No way, the flags were pointed in the other direction. Exactly, our trajectory changes completely. If we trace that trajectory back to its source, we can ascertain who really fired that shot. Mr. Edgeworth, that would mean... Yes, I know. You may not yet understand the reason why. There can only have been one person who did it.
Take that!
The person who fired that shot was none other than you, Mr. Knight. What? Fire from the balloon back through the flag leads directly to the spot where you were standing. The guy's one of the president's bodyguards. Why the heck would he go around shooting balloons? This is absurd. What exactly are you trying to imply? Mr. Knight, a man who has saved my life countless times, my would-be assassin? Seriously, Edward, he put up with a lot from you. This? We're President Wang's bodyguards. We're the pieces put on the board to protect the king. I'll handle this, Knight. Sorry, sir. Mr. Edward, the wind was indeed blowing quite fiercely around the time of my speech. But the wind can pick up and die away in an instant, can it not? Therefore, I need proof. Proof that it was blowing hard enough to lift the flags during that crucial moment. Didn't you just say that they were? What? It's just that. This can also show us what was happening with the flag then, too.
Take that!
Proof is in this picture right here. This should be good. Which picture? Where? Looks like the flag is really blowing right here.
Take that!
Cool. Well, do you deny that it clearly shows the flag? There we have it. Proof that it was blowing towards you at the moment of the shouting. So that means our pal over there did shoot the balloon, making him the assassin? Mr. Knight. I would shoot the one how I get to his advantage. What do you mean? That means what would I have stood to gain by killing the president? I'm his bodyguard. If he's not around anymore, neither is my job. Now, why would I give that up? Because he's not the assassin. It's not the assassin. He may have shot the balloon, but the president was on the other side of him entirely. I don't know why I didn't put that together. Therefore, he can't have been aiming at the cause. Yeah, besides, why would I even shoot the balloon? What would be the point? And watch how you answer, or I might aim for something else next. Well, what's the point? I'm sure of it. If Pharaoh what it was, perhaps I could finally put this whole conundrum to rest. Alright, the revised trajectory data shows that Knight shot the right side balloon. It changes everything about the case. Knight's assigned position change. I can't turn my neck to the right. Could only cover the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage. Is that the only reason? The plan hadn't changed. That Knight had remained posted on the left. He was unable to turn his head to the right. Even I've been able to shoot the balloon closest to him? The security plan was changed for the express purpose of popping one of the balloons? I would suppose that to be the case. The two plans are different. Is the security detail reorganized at some point? Rick and Knight. Yeah, that's the last minute change yesterday. President's orders. That's right, the president was the one who ordered the change. So then what? If I'm reading things right, the president knew in advance about the balloon shooting. Since he must have foreknowledge he would be in someone's crosshairs today as well. That's true, and everything else that's been bothering me falls neatly into place. How does shooter get a gun past such heavy security? And why would they then carry out the shooting wearing such a conspicuous item of clothing? Why use a laser sight that would give away their location in an instant? How did the president suffer no injuries at all despite a direct hit to his vest? Questions that Knight and the president didn't want us to consider. Only one possible reason for Mr. Knight to have fired his gun. Create the illusion of an assassination attempt. You do understand what you're saying. Well, I understand all too well. I understand everything now. Most of all, I understand why you're so keen to take this investigation off my hands, Mr. President. You wanted your real plans to remain hidden. How dare you speak to me that way? Is this some sort of sick joke? Oh, it's no joke, I assure you. It is simply the truth, as revealed by the careful application of logic and reasoning. Nothing more. The first shot was fired by Mr. Knight with the specific intention of hitting that balloon. The sound of gunfire and the bursting of the balloon was guaranteed to cause a panic. And then he fired again. He did? Yes, he fired 2 bullets, both of which were aimed at the balloon. As for why he did so, it's because the second shot was designed to create the impression that the president had been hit. So then what's the deal with the one in the vest? I'm willing to bet that bullet was then planted there long before the shooting ever occurred. So Mr. Heroic President didn't take a bullet after all. That's not true. I was shot, I tell you. We'll be able to verify that for ourselves once you take a closer look at the bullet. At the very least, we can expect to find traces of Mr. Rook's blood on it, correct? Well, you said it yourself. You found the shooter in a photograph, the person with the red hood.
Objection!
I thought I made myself clear. The trajectory points to only one possible shooter, Mr. Knight. And where does Tabby fit into all this? She was simply one part of their plan. In order to place the suspicion elsewhere, they set about creating a fake assassin. A highly suspicious person with a red hood. I have yet to ascertain exactly how complicit Miss Floyd was in the whole scheme, but I can say with some confidence that none of the shots were fired by her. I suspect her only job was to point a laser sight at the president. That's right, then I was tasked with turning her jacket inside out the moment the crowd flew into a panic, yes. Thus making the mysterious red-hooded shooter disappear in the blink of an eye. And when the gun and the security plan were later found in the trash can, it would have all appeared to have been the work of an assassin so skilled that could vanish into thin air. But then the case would have gone cold. Exactly what our friends here were hoping for. Makes sense now why they wanted you off the case. Indeed, because the entire affair was a cheap ruse perpetrated by the president himself. Damn. No, I... That's such a mess as well and truly slipped. Admit it. The entire assassination was a lie, wasn't it? That stupid chief prosecutor hadn't insisted on assigning you. How could I let this happen?
Objection!
That's enough, Edgeworth. Mr. Knight? Sorry, but I'm speaking with the president right now. Yeah, well, I'm doing my job as a knight, protecting my king. So go ahead, keep running your mouth. Perhaps it would be better if we stuck to threatening each other with words. He wouldn't, would he? Nah, I don't need this thing to shut you up. Alright, my move. Question. You claim I fired my gun from on stage. How do you figure I did that in front of a crowd of thousands? Excellent point. Time for my counter move, I suppose. You had a certain something that allowed you to conceal your actions. A certain something, huh? My specific. It was the...
Take that!
My attaché case? Yes, take a look at a case photograph. Your right hand is completely obscured by the case. At the very moment this picture was taken, you were firing your gun, and in such a way that you wouldn't be detected.
Objection!
You don't like to let the facts get in the way of a good theory, do you, Edgeworth? Shame you don't seem to have noticed. Notice what? That theories are all you have. Conjectures, nothing more. The flag was billowing in the wind at precisely the right moment. I hit my gun with my attaché case. You changed the scrutiny plan because I couldn't turn my head? It's all just speculation, circumstantial evidence at best. You can't prove any of it. If you at least had the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine you could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun. But no, that bullet is at the bottom of the lake. You gonna go dredge it up? I can say it, but he's right. I don't have anything concrete. I thought not. Maybe now you could shut your mouth. Miss Lloyd. Of course, she could shed some light on this whole situation. I just need to get her to talk. What's the matter? Something you want to say, Miss Journalist? Oh, nah, never mind. That's what I thought. Miss Lloyd, I need you to be brave. If you don't speak up, the truth will be lost forever. You are a journalist after all, are you not? Dang it. I can't stay quiet any longer. Hey, you understand what you're doing, right? I think carefully before opening that mouth of yours. I was so focused on bagging me a scoop, I forgot the most important thing of all. Real journalists don't lie. Ain't no dang scoop if it ain't the truth. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I should have showed you this before. What is it? It's a laser pointer I used on the president. But that's all I done. I never shot nobody. You stupid. I thought I told you. You squeal and you go down as accomplice. It was him. He told me to do it. I was at St. Paul's embassy sniffing out a story like I told you. This was 3 days back. He comes up to me out of the blue, just starts talking. Help me out and I'll get you an exclusive access to the president. That kind of stuff. What about the gun in the trash can? That I don't know nothing about, I swear it. All he's told me was to wear a jacket with a red hood and to point out that they're pointing at the president. I never thought for a moment it'd blow up in my face so bad. I'm sorry. Truly I am. Thank you, Miss Lloyd. I'd like you to testify to that effect when this goes to trial. It ought to go a long way towards proving that the assassination was a sham. What's wrong with you people? Don't any of you know what's good for you? My sympathies, Mr. Knight. Had you successfully removed me from this case as you intended, perhaps then you could have kept your pawn quiet, huh? Ugh, my throat is sore. I think I'm starting to lose my voice too. Let's slip about our fake assassination plot. We'll have you convicted for murder. Or something like that. All the dirty... I said no such thing. President Wong? Give it up, Knight. It's time we came clean. It's our only choice. So, Mr. President, you admit it. You admit that there was a plot to fake an assassination attempt? I do. I'm sorry. But why? Why do something like that? My popularity's been on the wane back home. I thought surviving an attempt on my life might give me the boost I needed. I know what we did was wrong, so yes, it was all lies. All of it. And the bullet in the vest? It was planted ahead of time. I wasn't hit by anything today. But then what was up with the killer? Our plan got out somehow. And then he just appeared, hell-bent on turning our fake assassination into a real one. Sounds about right. Hence the red raincoat, I suppose. He hoped to get in close enough as a fake assassin to finish the job. There is one thing I don't understand, though. And what would that be? Why did Rook have to die? The whole thing was fake. How did he wind up getting killed for real? That's true. And therein lies the real question. He was a fine bodyguard, the best in fact. He may not have been a native of Zangfa, but he was someone I could fully trust. Mr. Rook must have been really something in the game that trusted someone who hide from his own shadow. Sounds like he was as trustworthy to the president as I am to you, huh, sir? I believe that's for me to say to the detective, not you. And Mr. Rook must have known about the plan too then, correct? He wasn't aware of any specific details, so not really. I tried to involve him, but he refused. He would have done well to listen to him. This is a tragedy. Life of a good man has been wasted. What was so great about him anyway? It's gotten into him. He was just another piece on the board, there to protect you, nothing more. Mr. Knight, how could you? Who was it that actually went along with your plan, huh, Mr. President? While that pious coward backed down when you needed him to step up the most? I value your support too, of course, but... Look, I'm your cheap bodyguard now. That's all that matters. And now that that spineless fool Rook is gone, things are gonna change around here. Thanks to me, genius strategist, grandmaster, rightful leader of this team. You're all well aware of your ambitions, Knight. But doesn't it seem a little imprudent to you? Why? My plan this time was perfect, as they always are and as they always will be. That's quite a statement, especially considering that your perfect plan was an abject failure. Yeah, no thanks to you, and that buffoon Rook. How exactly was it Mr. Rook's fault? If he hadn't died, the killer would have never come after me. And I wouldn't have had to let you on this plane. Please, Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk like that. Fine, the guy died protecting you, Mr. President. I'm sure that's just what he always wanted. Did he die protecting the President? Wait, I thought the whole assassination thing was fake. Oh, come on, do I have to say everything twice? We planned the fake assassination, but somebody else came along and tried to make it real. 2 shots were fired, remember? Like you said, Edward, one of them was the bullet I shot through that balloon. But the second, that wasn't me. Oh, really? Who did fire it? The real assassin, but not the killer. This man was to come after the president with a knife. No, the most likely suspect here is the piece cowering quietly in the corner. Our lily white queen over there. Miss Lloyd? Again with this? I'm not your danged assassin. But is that really true? I for one don't believe it. The gun in the trash can, it could only belong to you. As soon as I shot the balloon, I rushed over to help Rook escort the president back onto the plane. I left Rook here in this room while I secured the president in the safe room. When I came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground. This journalist must have shot Rook while you were escorting the president off stage. A single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash can. So you don't actually know when the victim was struck by the bullet, do you? The knight doesn't protect the rook, Edgeworth. He protects the king. You want to translate? He means that his only concern was protecting the president. Lose the king and you lose the game. Isn't that the first rule of chess? But a win in which a key piece is sacrificed is a hollow victory indeed. Doesn't matter. It's still a victory. I kept the president safe. I win. Well, it's a bit early to be calling our little match in any case, because this is where our battle really begins. Since I shot that one, I'll throw it out there.
Hold it!
Victim really didn't take part in your little plan then, did he? Nope, and we kept him in the dark on the details. So he really thought the president was in danger. But wait, he must have noticed that the shot came from right next to him. Maybe he did, guess we'll never know. And even if he did know it was a sham, he still had a job to do. He still had to protect his king. And he was able to make a judgment like that in a split second? Impressive. He really was as capable as they say. Not so capable that I couldn't read him like a book. I made it so that he had no choice but to go along with that little performance. Let's look here in this room while I secure the president in the safe room.
Hold it!
Why do that? You're the president, but the whole thing wasn't real. But it had to seem real. There were people everywhere. It's not a good look, right? Imagine if someone had spotted a man who'd just been shot at, hanging out in his plane sipping green juice like he didn't have a care in the world. And what's the victim doing during all this? Who knows? I was in the safe room, like I said. Anyway. I can't figure out what was lying there on the ground.
Hold it!
We're in the ground exactly. Right where he is now, the middle of the floor. The door to the outside was shut though. Guess the bullet must have hit him right before he closed it. And thanks to this little blunder, my whole plan fell apart. Tonight, you mustn't talk that way. He may have kept you safe, Mr. President, but he isn't here now to save your good name. I call that a dereliction of duty. What would you call it? Honorable try, which is more than what you'd give, I'd say. Sorry, but that's just how it is. This journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off stage.
Hold it!
Weren't you and Mr. Rook both carrying bulletproof attaché cases? Yeah, opened them right after Rook spotted the laser sight. We moved into cover positions and used them to shield the president. The bullet that hit Mr. Rook traveled through a gap in that defensive shield? Do you really believe Miss Lloyd to be that skilled a marksperson? No, she was aiming for the president. That makes her a lousy shot. So it's pure coincidence that Mr. Rook was hit. And that bullet simply happened to find its way past her attaché cases and through the gap in his vest. Seems crazy to me too, but the facts are the facts. It was a shot in a million, but the shooter hit the bullseye, and the proof was in your hands.
Hold it!
I don't know which one it could be. Looks like it's had nothing to do with you. Right, that one was fired by your little friend. Imagine the scoop sheet that bag if it hit its mark. I'm a journalist, you hear? I don't make facts, I report them. Yeah, journalists who sign up to a fake assassination plan and also getting a story. Ouch. Scathing. Look, I'll admit it. I set the whole thing up. Your role was to aim that laser pointer at this president. It's not my fault that wasn't enough for you. You were the one who decided to bring a gun to the party. Who knows, maybe you thought if you kept on shooting, you could shut me up too. So Mr. Knight suggested that he first fired one shot, and Miss Lloyd fired one more. Yeah, basically find that Tabby also had a gun on her. This means where she could have got one from, but hey, his entire testimony is pure conjecture. You can't prove any of it. You're right, let's hit him with some cold, hard, undeniable evidence. Hold on, I want want to take a look at these photos again. Actually, no. No, I'm gonna take a shot in the dark.
Objection!
Yeah, no, I had a feeling. Because they're the same. They're literally the same gun. So you contend that it was you who shot the balloon and Miss Lloyd who shot Mr. Rook. Are you sure about that? Sure, I'm sure. Well, what you propose would indeed match up with the total number of shots heard. The gun from the trash can itself has also been fired twice. Now, why would the supposed number of shots heard from this gun differ from the number of spent rounds? It's simple, because it was planted. Planted by the real perpetrator of the crime. Someone to fake the evidence? Yes, and if you think about it, their reason for doing so is obvious. I'm sure that whoever found the gun would conclude that the shooter had been in the spectator area. In order to do that, they had to make it seem as if those shots had come from this one weapon. Get it? So that's why I got 2 spent rounds, huh? Precisely, as we have already proven, the bullet that burst the balloon came from a different weapon. Which makes it entirely possible that the bullet which killed Mr. Rook didn't come from this gun either. Nice work, Edgeworth. That's some high-grade sleuthing. Why don't you get to the point? You've come this far, spit it out. Well, I intend to, don't worry. The person who really shot Mr. Rook was...
Take that!
You, Mr. Knight! You're the one who murdered Mr. Rook! Ooh, finally got the courage to say it, huh? Surely not. Surely you wouldn't have. It wasn't only the killer who tried to take advantage of this fake murder plot. He killed Mr. Rook, hoping that he would look like an accidental victim of the bundle of assassinations. But the president locked away the safe room and the door of the airplane tightly closed. It was just you and Mr. Rook, alone, together. And that was when the third bullet was fired, right into your colleague's body.
Objection!
Wait, you're really gonna claim there's a third one now? You just said only 2 gunshots were heard. You wanna tell me how that works?
Objection!
Airplane cabins are practically soundproof, Mr. Knight. If you close the door, nothing can be heard from the outside. Not even gunfire. But wasn't the president right next door? Very true, which means he may have heard the shot himself. Well, Mr. President, I didn't hear anything. You could observe this room through your security feed, can you not? The camera in this room isn't normally on. I have to manually switch it on when I enter the safe room. That's what you did this time too, right? Well, that is... It's gotten into him. Mr. President, this is vitally important. Please, Mr. President Wang. Fine. I was busy hiding under the bed covering my ears. What? You know, you knew the whole thing wasn't real? Yes, because I hate the sound of guns. Just the slightest hint of that awful noise and, oh, it's just too much. She's like, you little colossal bitch. Look at her face. You cannot believe it. That they're sadder than a pot of overcooked crawfish. Mr. Knight, you saw that President Wang was cowering beneath the bed. What's more, you knew from the monitor bank that the security camera for this room hadn't been switched on. Since you knew that the circumstances were perfect for you to fire the third shot straight at Mr. Rook. Knight, how could you? Could you really have betrayed my trust so horribly? You think I killed the old halfwit? You don't trust me much, huh? This is the thanks I get for putting my life on the line for you day after day. I want to believe you, but I don't get it. I just don't get it. What is there to doubt here? What, you don't believe that the girl over there could have done it? No, because this gun isn't the murder weapon. You know this from the number of bullets fired. Yeah, well, how do you know that there wasn't a spent bullet from the start? What? Someone could have fired a bullet from that gun yesterday or the day before. And today, another bullet. The bullet that hit Rook. Pure speculation, pal, and you know it. Maybe, but can you prove it's not true? Not with any certainty, no. You're nothing without conclusive proof, so come on. Single piece of evidence straight through my heart. I dare you. Well, what are you waiting for? You know, for someone with basically a broken neck, he's swinging that gun around like it's literally nobody's business. We can't prove it, Tabbies. Please, Ruffles. I messed up. I know I did. I should have never have done what I did. Not even for a scoop. But murder? Nah, that ain't me. I ain't a murderous bone in my body. Conclusive proof. If only I could prove that Knight's gun is a murder weapon. Wait, perhaps I can. At least have the bullet that burst the balloon. You might have a scrap of credibility. Why is it... It's the fucking gun for me. It really is the gun for me, and the way that it just goes flying. Imagine you could have ran forensics to see if it matched my gun. If you had the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, forensics could tell us which gun it was fired from. No proof, no case. End of conversation.
Objection!
Hold it right there. What now? You're not about to claim you do have proof. Of course I do. Thought it'd be good. Alright, bring it on. Show me this proof of yours. Using our little game. Very well. My conclusive evidence is... not currently in my possession. Alright then. Thanks for playing, folks. But that's game over. However, it is here in this room. As we know, the bullet that killed Mr. Rook passed through his body. But where did it end its journey? Perhaps we should cast our minds back to an earlier conversation. That's right. The president has been wearing that vest. Things could have been a lot worse. So now, of course, we know that the so-called assassination attempt was a complete fabrication. The vest was scrapped in advance, made to look as if it had been hit by a bullet. The first question, where's the real bullet? I like it. It's twist. This is good stuff, Edgeworth. Come on, then. Don't give us the suspense.
Take that!
That? There's something very clearly missing from this room. Yes, the prosecutor with some common sense. Ouch! He didn't even miss a beat with that one. Take a look at the bank of security monitors. Oh, so you caught on, Mr. President. Splendid. There are screens here showing views from all around this airplane, inside and out. The only external angle not covered is the right-hand side of the aircraft. And that's because one of the monitors is missing. There was a monitor in that space previously, wasn't there, Mr. President? There was. I have no idea what my plushie is doing there now, though. Appears to be someone's vain attempt to hide what is obviously lacking. But where did it go, and why? The why is easy enough to answer, because it was struck by a bullet. For if we were to believe that the bullet in the vest was the real deal, then anything that hinted at the existence of another bullet had to be removed. So where'd the missing monitor go? Where indeed? I believe that it must be hidden somewhere on this plane. After all, there wouldn't have been time to dispose of it outside the aircraft. Detective Gunchu, conduct a search if you would. Right away, sir. Mr. President, extraterritoriality, remember? I have no objection to the search. Please go ahead. If it will help us discover the truth behind what happened to Rook, I will not stand in your way. Where are you? I don't believe this! Rook this, Rook that! Don't you ever think about anybody else? The search has been authorized, Detective, if you wouldn't mind. Sir, I found the monitor. Excellent work. Now go ahead and check the board. Let's see. I'll put my hand in here and just... Oh, would you look at that? Blood. This is the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. There's no doubt about it. There you have it, Mr. Knight. A simple piece of evidence you requested straight through your heart. Even you must now admit if this bullet didn't come from the spectator area gun. Oh, welcome back. That Miss Lloyd cannot be Mr. Rook's killer. What, no pity comment? Come back? Detective, have forensics analyze the bullet for striations and compare them to the gun we found. Yes, sir. We'll get the evidence you need. You can count on it. Let's hear what forensics has to say. Forensics are as follows, sir. Firstly, the blood on the bullet is indeed that of the victim, proving that it was the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. Secondly, we found Mr. Knight's fingerprints on the gun. Probably from when I handed all the evidence over to him. Now for the key part, the striations. They're not a match, then Miss Lloyd is in the clear. Lastly, the striations on the bullet are a match with this weapon. What? But how could that be? What? Oh, come on! There's no doubt about it, sir. This is the gun that fired the bullet. How? I'm sorry. It looks even goofier in the chibi art style. This is proof that I was right. Look at him! Sorry, you didn't think you had me back into a corner, did you? Guess you misread the board. Because the only one back into a corner here is you. There's no denying it. Forensics proof that the gun and the bullet are a match. The bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area. So who pulled the trigger? Can't have been me. I was up on stage, which means your little friend. The hack killed the Rook. The hack killed Rook. She's the murderer, and you just proved it. Alright, just remember two things. One, where you found that gun, and two, which gun the fatal bullet came from. Whichever way you look at it, I can't have been the shooter. Me and the president, we admitted to faking the assassination attempt. Now it's your turn to admit something. Who the killer really is. There's no way Tabby did it, is there? Don't let him get to you, Kay. We just need to get over his statements again. There must be something further we can deduce from them.
Hold it!
No, that's...
Objection!
Objection! What was it you said? The forensics would back you up. How does it feel to be shot in the chest by your own conclusive proof, huh? Not so good, I imagine. The bullet and the gun are a match, Mr. Edward. It kinda has to mean that Tabby pulled the trigger. And so I simply cannot accept that. Sir, there's no denying the evidence. What am I missing? That's one Miss Lloyd to the answer. The gun and the bullet shouldn't be a match. What is it, Kay? I was just thinking, if the evidence points to something that doesn't seem possible, then maybe there's something wrong with it. You're asking me to call the evidence into question? Well, there's no way Tabby did this, right? So if the evidence says that she did, then the problem must lie there. You seem very sure about this. Call it my great thief's intuition. Intuition, huh? Still, she could be right. I simply don't believe Miss Lloyd to be a malicious liar, which means... as someone who believes that evidence is everything in court, the irony is not lost on me, but... I recall if you said evidence in question... something untoward is going on here. It would have to involve the weapon, not the bullet. After all, we only just recovered the bullet a little while ago. Furthermore, we know that Mr. Knight had an opportunity to handle the gun. Do as he says if I were you. Edgeworth. Can't really be the end of the line. Can it? He had ample opportunity. There's no doubt that this gun is the weapon that was used in the crime. Which means it must belong to...
Take that!
It belongs to Mr. Knight. He switched them around. That has to be it.
Objection!
Admit it. You switched the guns, didn't you, Mr. Knight? That's why the markings match your weapon in question. It was yours all along. An intriguing move there, Edgeworth. And you must have made the switch when I handed over the evidence. While I was busy trying to make the case for remaining on the investigation. You took the laser sight from the gun we found in the trash can and put it on your own. Then not long afterwards, you handed that gun back to me instead of the one we found. I did, huh? Think I somehow knew you'd find, let alone run forensics on that bullet sometime in the future? Is that so strange? You're a chess player after all. A man well used to thinking several moves ahead. I'm flattered. As much as it pains me to admit it, you're overestimating my abilities. Besides, do you even have any proof that I made the switch? The gun is the same model as mine. Weird, sure, but it's just a coincidence. And look, there's a laser sight attached. Also, take a look at the cylinder. 2 spent bullets, just what we'd expect to see. So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine, huh? None, that's what. Over this thing, you realize you surprised me. When I say, I'm a modest guy. More modest than you, that's for sure. I will accept the chessboard, that is. Oh, I want to see something. No, I don't care about the grit. I've held a few guns in my time, but it never felt quite right in my hand. So it's no exception. Well, I don't see a chessboard here, do you? Shame, still guess that gives you a nice excuse. I didn't mess up, I just didn't have the right evidence. I don't think I'll be the one making excuses. Rather, I didn't mess up, they just got lucky with the evidence. It will be your excuse, I'd imagine.
Hold it!
Coincidence, you say? Or was it a necessity? Can't be both, pal. Sure it can. The bodyguards need to protect the president. And the girl needs to use a gun. She probably doesn't know a whole lot about them. It's not so far-fetched for her to pick something she's heard of that we also happen to use. Okay, but why a revolver? Why is that your go-to gun? Probably something to do with its ease of use. You know, some kind of casings to chase down, for example. Exactly, the perfect tool for a job but you can't afford to fail, or don't know what you're doing. Still coincidence, necessity, it doesn't make a whole lot of difference either way.
Hold it!
Because you swapped it on me. Put it up or shut up, Edward. Where's your evidence? Well, that is... Don't go making accusations you can't back up. Did your daddy never teach you that? As it stands, the facts are in my favor here.
Hold it!
What about your own weapon? How many spent bullets are in its cylinder? This old girl here? Well, now. I let loose a few rounds earlier, as you saw. He holds his gun every time he fires it? Well, even if I were to tell you how many times there were at the time, you have no way of verifying that. Of course, in order to swap the guns properly, you have to maintain the right number of bullets per gun. You didn't have the chance to put on any gloves, though, which means... I think it's about time you did the right thing to resign, don't you? Game's all but done, see?
Objection!
Oh, not that. Let me just go ahead and check the history. Not to maintain the right number of bullets per gun. Do not get chance to fly bullets.
Objection!
I have your proof. Right here. That's your proof? I think you've been working too hard, Edgeworth. Not the gun itself, the evidence it carries. Evidence that will prove once and for all that it does in fact belong to you. Forward to this. Go ahead, make your move. What's about to come into play? The rook? The bishop? Not a pawn, surely. The evidence the gun will probably take the form of. Fingerprints. Namely, your fingerprints.
Objection!
Of course my fingerprints are on the gun. You handed it right to me when you gave us evidence. How could they not be on there?
Objection!
What if I told you there are prints on a part of the gun that you shouldn't have touched at any point? I swear, you can't prove that. Oh, but I can. There's a place where your fingerprints could never have been left. Things happen as you say. Allow me to present the final piece of evidence that will bring our game to its rightful conclusion. We'll set the cylinder, detective. Simple, it's fine, but where the prints we're looking for, sir? It wasn't this. Wait, actually, was it this? See, now oh, wait, hold on. Is it Q? Oh! E? Rotate? No, rotate. Laser sight. You lined up target to make aiming a bit easier. Yes, well, that is certainly true. Also has increased the risk of your target realizing if they're in your sight. But I bet you wouldn't realize it for you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why? Because I'm wearing red, you mean? Yeah, exactly. How did you guess? Is it really not this? Ooh. You did indeed switch the guns when I handed you the evidence. If that were all you had done, your deception would have been easily detected. The number of bullets fired by each gun was different. There were 2 spent bullets in the gun we found. Yeah, but what about Mr. Knight's gun? He fired 2 bullets from the stage into the balloon. And he fired another bullet into Mr. Rook, ending his life. So 3 bullets in total, plus the few odd ones he let loose and shot during our little game. So each shot he reloaded his gun out of habit. With bare hands, of course. So where exactly were Mr. Knight's fingerprints found? The ones you mentioned in your report. Sir, they were found on the exterior of the weapon, but also on the bullets themselves. Not sure where they could have gotten there, just from me handing you the evidence, Mr. Knight. And there we have it. Proof that you did indeed switch the guns. This gun, the one which fired the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, is yours. And in taking his life, you are the true assassin. I checkmate. Yeah, I knew it! Oh, look at that face. Oh, shit. I was going to be the new chief of security. That blessed Rook, if it hadn't been for him, I would have been in charge by now. I was in control of the whole team. My plan was perfect. The fake assassination was supposed to be flawless. Does it come shoot? Right away, sir. Curse you, Edgeworth! Our game isn't over yet. I'm afraid this is as far as we go for today. He's right, though. This is actually as far as we go today. Next soon as we play, we'll be in the courtroom. But it's not fair. It's not fair. Mr. Edgeworth, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You exposed a murderer within the ranks of my own personal guard. I will not soon forget that. He's suddenly very presidential again, now that we're back outside the plane. I saw it, you know. I first proposed the fake assassination to him. You want me to handle it, not Rook? Rook refused, but I can rely on you, can't I? Of course, sir. You can count on me. I'll put together a plan that can't possibly fail. And he'll play his part like the pawn he is. The hatred in his eyes was plain to see. He despised poor Rook. I was not entirely comfortable about moving forward with Knight in charge of our little deception. And looking back, I think he sensed my discomfort. I can't help thinking I played a part in his decision to end Rook's life. Mr. President, none of this would have happened if you hadn't plotted to fake an attempt on your life. This was your crime, and it is a crime you will have to live with. You are right. I can only apologize for the part I played. I will no doubt be made to pay for my actions in one way or another. I thank you nonetheless. You solved the riddle of Rook's demise, and for that I shall be eternally grateful. I will be here in your country for a little while longer yet. When I have returned home, perhaps you will visit us in Zhengpa. You will always be welcome. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Y'all don't know how grateful I am. All's well that ends well. Ms. Lloyd, the accusation of murder made against you was of course entirely groundless. The fact remains that you are a willing participant in the staged assassination attempt. The police will no doubt wish to speak to you about the matter. You should be aware that you may well be punished for your actions. I know, I'm awful sorry about everything. Truly I am. I understand your desire for a scoop, but there are limits. There sure are. I got me some serious thinking to do. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. That was something else. Local prosecutor solves assassination conundrum. Earns eternal gratitude of president. How's that for a headline? Hey, that there's my department. Mr. Prosecutor, how does it feel to solve such an important case? You must be over the moon. She certainly doesn't stay down for long. No comment. Dang, you're one tight-lipped son of a gun. As well I should be. This case is not over yet. It isn't? How come, sir? Because until we unravel the story behind this, the case will never be completely over.
Take that!
Yeah, we didn't present that at all. The killer's calling card. The true killer has yet to complete his assignment. I mean, he might still try to murder the president? I hope I'm wrong, but if I'm not, this could all blow up into something more sinister yet. As one would expect with the attempted assassination of our president, the case was all over the news, and my preparations for Mr. Knight's trial were constantly interrupted by requests from the press. There wasn't a person in the land who didn't know about the case. Everybody was talking about it. But in the midst of the frenzy that followed, nobody noticed that this was only the first move in a game far bigger than any of us could have imagined. Now, that is the end of this chapter, but I at least want to show you guys the beginning of the next chapter. So I'm gonna show you guys just this beginning part, and then we're gonna be done. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is what we have to look forward to next time. Not last time. My brain's kind of fried. That last chapter, or that first chapter, really was a doozy. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for stopping by, and frankly, I cannot wait to continue this because there is so much more that's going on that you'll see as we go through the weeks, as we play through the game. You're gonna see a lot, and you're gonna feel a lot. Let's just put it that way. It's just gonna be a roller coaster that you'll remember for as long as you watch my channel, or as not even just my channel, just like Ace Attorney in general. But before we disperse for the evening, I gotta find the schedule. I don't remember where I posted it. Alright, yes, here it is. So tomorrow is Boyhood's End. So definitely tune in for that. It's a game that's supposed to be like, I guess you could relate it to like Undertale, but like it's on a different level. I haven't played it yet. I've only seen like the trailers and started up the game, but I haven't played it yet. So that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow. But that's then, this is now, and until we meet again, ladies and gentlemen, I have been your host for this evening, Azrael Kurunushi, the greatest ringmaster of Grace the Square Screen, your king of clowns, your jester justice, Mr. As Real as It Gets. And until we meet again, take care and goodbye for now.